We would like from everyone to have a seat. We're going to be starting soon. Huh? We are going to start shortly, so please take your seats. We would like from everyone to have a seat. We're going to start now. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, APC members, colleagues, and friends Welcome to the 2025 Asian Paralympic Committee Conference here in the beautiful city of Astana. Today, we are gathered under the banner of a very powerful theme. Together, we are stronger, building the future of Asian parasport through youth empowerment. A theme that reflects our collective dedication to shaping a more inclusive, more dynamic, and more youth-driven future for parasports across Asia. We are truly honored to have with us a remarkable gathering of esteemed leaders, experts, and changemakers. Over the next 2 days, we will reflect, strategize, and envision the road ahead for the Asian Paralympic movement. My name is Salama Al-Khatri, Vice Chair of the Asian Paralympic Committee Athletes Committee, and it is truly an honor for me to be here with all of you today. I would like to sincerely thank the Asian Paralympic Committee for this incredible opportunity, not just to be your MC for the next 2 days, but to stand, and their potential is fully supported. Together, let's make the next 2 days meaningful, inspiring, and full of purpose. To officially open our conference, I am honored to invite to the stage the President of the Asian Paralympic Committee, His Excellency Mr. Majid Rashid, for his opening remarks. His Excellency Mr. Majid Rashid is a visionary leader who continues to shape the future of parasports across Asia.
شو تسوي حبيبي؟ بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Your Excellency, Mr. Yerbol Mezraboznaev, Minister of Tourism and Sports of the Republic of Kazakhstan. Dear esteemed delegates, honored guests, valued partners, and friends of the Paralympic movement. It's a real honor to welcome you all to the 2025 edition of the Asian Paralympic Committee Conference at this majestic city of Astana. Let me begin with a heartfelt thank you and appreciation to APC Kazakhstan, led by Khairat Boranbayev, the President of the Kazakhstan Paralympic Committee, and the entire LOC team. For their tireless efforts and commitment. Your welcome hospitality and welcoming spirits have made us feel like at home here in Astana. We have gathered here today not just as administrators and leaders, but as individuals committed to a great purpose. We are united by shared vision to build a future that is inclusive, equitable, and rich with opportunities for every individual, regardless of their ability. The Paralympic movement is about much more than just sport. It's about hope. It's about resilience. And most of all, it's about the human spirit. Every time an athlete trains, competes, and gives their all, they are not only going for just medals, they are challenging the world to see ability, not disability. They are changing how people think. They are showing us all what strength, courage, and determination look like. Asia has played a big role in the growth of the parasports around the world, and we are proud of being part of that. We've hosted great events, watch our athletes shine, and see communities begin to embrace inclusion more than ever before, but we'll still have to work more. Inclusion is not one-time achievement. It's something we must work and do it every day. That's why this conference is so important. It is our talk. It is our chance. It is our opportunities to exchange ideas, to know exactly where we are going next. How can we learn more from people? How can we support young athletes? How can we create more opportunities to grow parasports in every corner in Asia? How do we keep learning, improving, and moving forward together? Let's make the most of this platform to share ideas, to build partnerships, and to turn words into action. Every step we take here can change lives, open doors, and spark hope where it's needed most. I've been told once that I'm not good in reading speeches. So I will leave these words, which is being created by the wonderful team here, and I will try to express what do I feel now from my heart. Before I end my speech, I'm very proud and very happy to see everyone around from Asia and from other countries as well. Here in this conference, we planned long years to reach to this level. It is a platform for us for the future. We are achieving what did we achieved in the last years, and it is a chapter we close and we think more for our athletes, which they are the center in our hearts and in the movement. I urge you and myself to take every single seconds and minutes and hours of this conference to make it worth, to make it positive. A lot of subjects in our agenda in these 2 days conferences, but we like more of the experience. A success experience in this area may help the other, and the other achievement in this area probably can be achieved there. This is why we should always gather. We should always think. The world is changing. We cannot stay in the past. We should go fast. I do remember once our leader in the United Arab Emirates, he said, it is the train. The world changing is like a fast train. If you didn't catch it or you didn't get in, they will leave you and you will stay in the past. That was 10 years ago. But now it's no more train. It's airplane. It's much faster. So you need to catch. We need to catch. We need to update. ourselves, our systems. We need to get more voices from our athletes to what do they want in the future. At the end, I would like to thank you for your passion, commitment, responsibilities, for your time, for your efforts, for whatever you contribute for our movement. And I do promise, as we did always before, in Asia, together we are stronger. We will remain one family, gathering always together, planning for the future and getting the best for our athletes and the movement. Thank you to the government of Kazakhstan. Thank you, Your Excellency, for being with us here. Thank you for our partner and brother Khairat, President of Kazakhstan Paralympic Committee, for your commitment and support of having. I remember one visit to Khairat last December in Almaty. And you know December, how was the weather here in Kazakhstan? The warm words I got from Khairat in preparing for this General Assembly and Conference was enough for me. I forgot the cold weather. I forgot the minus. I was full of energy. I got the news to the family of Asia that Kazakhstan and Astana will host the next General Assembly and Conference. So thank you very much for that. Thanks for your sponsors, your partners, which they are our sponsors and partners. Thanks, Your Excellency Andrew Persson, President of International Paralympic Committee, for being with us today, and you are always there. Thanks to the media, thanks to everyone in the organizing committee, and if you allowed me, we would like to give a big round of applause for the organizing committee of this event, for their wonderful smile, a warm welcome, a great hospitality, and it is always the people of Kazakhstan treating their guests as at home. Thank you for being part of this journey. I hope you will enjoy your stay in Kazakhstan and in Astana and enjoy the fruitful days coming on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for those motivating words and for reminding us the shared vision that continues to guide our journey. Your resolute leadership and unwavering belief in the transformative power of sport and continue to inspire our collective progress. It is now my honor to invite to the stage a very special guest, His Excellency Yerbal Mirza Bozinov, Minister of Tourism and Sports of the Republic of Kazakhstan, to give his remarks.
Dear friends, dear guests, let me welcome you to the hospitable land of Astana and welcome to Kazakhstan. We would like to say that it is a great honor for us to host APC and General Assembly here. And actually, we would like to extend our gratitude to the mission of the Paralympic Committee of Asia. We would like also to welcome the national Paralympic associations, as well as we would like to welcome the athletes who have contributed to different levels of international contests. This is very, very important for us. President of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Mr. Tokayev, has conveyed his sincere appreciation and welcome remarks. National Committee of Paralympics in Kazakhstan has started its operations many years ago, and Kazakhstan is known at the international arena with the greatest achievements of our athletes. And we have conquered the leading positions within the Paralympic movement, and we're very glad to provide the opportunities to those athletes who have prominent contribution to this sports. And we conduct, in average, up to 80 plus different contests per year for all athletes of all age groups, to include the youngest ones. Зульфия Габидуллина, Александр Калягин, Давид Дегтярев, Akmaral Anaotbek have received golden medals at the international Paralympic contests. And we would like to honor our athletes. And yes, indeed, those achievements wouldn't be possible without the contribution from the National Paralympic movement management members. And I would like to take this opportunity to assure you that the Republic of Kazakhstan is going to continue committing and providing support to our prominent athletes. I would like to take this opportunity to wish you success in all of your endeavors. Let us do whatever possible in order to keep developing Paralympic sports. Let me take this opportunity to wish all of you health and prosperity. Thank you for your attention.
As a token of appreciation, APC would like to present a trophy to Mr. Mirza Biznov for making this event possible. I would like to request His Excellency Mr. Yirbol Mirza Biznov to come on stage to receive his trophy. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your support and leadership. Now, we are going to take a moment to reflect on the past 10 years of the Asian Paralympic, from vision to reality. 10 years of advancing the Paralympic movement in Asia. Mr. Majid Rashid, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Salama. Thank you very much. You're always wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your kind words. So now it is the time to talk about the 10 years, the last 10 years, which is very important to highlight some of the important achievements that Asian Paralympic Committee achieved and to exactly identify the future from now. What do we want to do for the next 10 years? When I look back to the past 10 years, I see a journey that began with a vision as a stronger, more united Paralympic movement in Asia, a vision where our athletes are the heart of every decision, where inclusion is not just a word, but an action. Yes, it was the gathering together in Abu Dhabi in May 2015 when we started the journey. We got all together in 3 days of working together, brainstorming, workshops, teamwork, and get all the ideas. We throw everything on the tables. It came from the heart of the MPCs. If we want to success and if we want to create our vision, our strategic plan, our goals, it should be comes from us. What are the challenges? What are the opportunities? What are the weaknesses? And what are the risks? We know it very well. Our continent is the biggest one, but we can unite it together as a one family, gathering what do we want in our strategic plan. So it was dreams at that time when we set our priorities in our strategic plan according to our abilities and resources. Yes, it was a dream. But I saw at that event in 2015, in the eyes of the participants from different MPCs, that they are looking forward strongly to achieve it. They are going to work very hard together. We will do it. When I was elected at the end December 2014 in the Asian Paralympic Committee in Abu Dhabi, I knew that it is the beginning of a new chapter in Asia. My priorities was with my colleagues in the new board at that time were very clear. Strengthen governance, engage more deeply with our stakeholders, increase visibility of our movement. From day one, we worked very hard to put place strong administrative foundation that would sustain for growth for years ahead. We believe in the governance, we believe in the administrator work for the future and for achieving our goals. In the following 2 years, we launched our first strategic framework to guide our work. Yes, we build stronger, more trusting relationship with national Paralympic committees across region. 5 sub-regions, West Asia, Central Asia, South Asia, Southeast Asia, and East Asia in our beautiful continents of Asia. How can we connect all together? We draw it like an engine of a spaceship. 5 great engines. If they will work, if they will start, our spaceship will depart and will fly. And that's what we did, along with all MPCs, getting together, believing in working in a family network. We also established a professional secretariat in the UAE, give us a solid operational wise. That was also time when we began important conversation on inclusion, youth, and gender. issues that I knew had to be the heart of our mission. At that time, we set it a goal in front of us. The youth, the new generation, which they are going to take the flags and continue a structure we will build, a strong legacy that they will fight to improve it and develop it. And 2018, Indonesia Asian Para Games were defining moments. We brought together around 3,000 athletes from 43 countries, and it became one of the Asia's most successful Para Games in the history. It wasn't because the number of competitions and medals and the strong and the world records and Asian records which has been formed at that championships. No. I witnessed with my colleagues and the family of Asia that these championships or these games went beyond that. It raised awareness, improved accessibility. It turns the city of Jakarta into another area, into another level of having the inclusion. How can we host all these numbers of athletes from all over Asia? We need to enhance our transportation. We need accessible infrastructures. We need accessible venues. We need accessible village. We need accessible shopping mall. We need accessible road. We need the people to accept these athletes around them. It was a huge awareness campaign, and work at that games gave us also an indicator that our sports change lives and change communities. In an historic moment at the 2018, and I'd like to share it also again with you because we are all proud of that, unified Korean team representing both North and South Korea competed together for the first time in the parasport event. The participation marked a significant step and unity between the two nations, symbolized by their march together in the opening ceremony under the Korean unification flag. Imagine through sports, through the tolerance, the real meaning of peace and love, we got both Korean participated together. We were very proud and impressed when they saw them in the parade with the unification flag, one uniform. I was there in the swimming relay where 2 from South Korean and 2 from North Korean competed in that relay. I was there when the table tennis double match and 1 athlete from South Korea and the other from North Korea. And imagine what? They won a medal. They went on the podium, both of them. I saw some of the crowd started to cry for this moment and realized how strong our sport is to get us all together. In 2019, we launched Inclusion Through Sports initiative. Our aims was create more opportunities for young athletes, particularly in classification and competition. They are starting their journey. They should start in the right pathway. We should provide the best atmosphere and environment for them to begin. They will create friends. They will continue their pathway, but they should start correct. That's why we created more programs to get more classifications, more competitions for them, and to show them what is their pathway to continue their journey. The initiatives, of course, involves various strategies, including partnership with organizations like UNICEF. We signed an MOU with UNICEF and developing community-based programs and creating pathways for para-athletes to participate in major events like the Asian Youth Para Games. And we work with our colleagues in the board member and the nations to make the Asian Youth Para Games stronger, sustain for in every 4 years, and this is a very important platform for our young athletes to begin. Then, of course, the COVID-19 pandemic, a challenge none of us expected. But in the foggy picture, the world doesn't know what's happening. Lockdown in some areas, challenges in others, rumor here and there. And it was the time that we decided we should jump in. We used and we got the good of the virtual platform. Online, we get together in Asia. One-on-one meetings, we met with all MPCs individually, and we get together through this platform. We still, at that time, getting in touch, learning more, doing our business, getting our workshops, whatever programs we have, and we had a very successful seminars during the COVID, and this is because of the MPCs during that difficult times. They show also their courage and determination. In 2021, I had the honor of being elected in the IPC governing board, giving Asia a stronger voice, giving me the opportunities representing this continent in developing the global movement along with wonderful and amazing board members in the International Paralympic Committee, and also embraced digital growth. We also launched capacity building programs that have empowered MPCs to grow and serve their athletes better. In this year, we delivered the Bahrain 2021 Asian Youth Para Games, a games that stood out for its inclusivity and representation. It was a challenge. We came from the pandemic, and it wasn't clear enough for our athletes, for our sports, but Bahrain did very well, and they successfully provide a safe and inspiring platform for emerging talent. In Bahrain, despite the COVID circumstances and a lot of procedures, but I saw in the young athletes something shine in their eyes and their performances, gave us also the energy, gave us the hope that no matter what are the obstacles, the barriers, the challenges, they will come and they will compete, and they are looking for their futures. So we will be always there to create this platform for them. Thank you for Bahrain. In this period, 2022-2023, after Bahrain 2021 Asian Youth Para Games, we provided more support to developing MPCs and advanced gender equality initiatives, ensuring our movement reflects the diversity and potential of our athletes in Asia. In 2023, it's another era. It's a new level of the Asian Para Games. The Hangzhou 2022 Asian Para Games, and introduce also Para Taekwondo and Para Canoeing as a new sports. These sports was featured for the first time at the Asian Para Games with 43 MPCs participants. The games saw Yemen, Nepal, Kyrgyzstan win their first ever Asian Para Games medal, signifying the expansion of the Paralympic Games in Asia. We saw their flags, we saw their athletes in the podium. They achieved their dreams after working hard in the Asian Para Games journey. 2022 Hangzhou Asian Para Games set a new level of the games, professionality, strong, and the outcome, which is the legacy for our movement. In 2023 also we took the collaboration to the next level. We partnered with universities, technology companies, and NGOs. We focus on safeguarding our athletes, expanding media coverage, and building lasting legacy. We believe in the technology, we believe in the AI, but we cannot believe it without working closely to it. We should see what is the AI can do for our sports and for our daily life as a people with disabilities. It is very important to catch the airplane. It's very important to update ourselves. So in these MOUs and partnerships, we will create more platforms together. Probably next year, there will be the first ever AI forum with people with disabilities. In this, we will bring the best practices, the best speakers around the world, MPCs together also. How can we get the best of this AI and the technologies around us for the good of our athletes and our movement? In 2024, as we prepared for the Dubai 2025 Asian Youth Para Games, our focus was clear: youth, sustainability, and cultural. We work hard to coordinate with all stakeholders, knowing that these games will set new standards for what can we achieve together. The Asian Youth Para Games is very important for us. For me, not this value, but it's more important than the Asian Para Games. This is the future. This is where our athletes will start, not just in their sports career, even in the administration area. Where did we come from? As leaders around the world, we came from sports. I was athlete. I was young, waiting for opportunities. I compete. I get more from sports. I learned more from friends around the world. And now I am here, president of the Asian Paralympic Committee. So this platform is not for medals and breaking records and competition. It's for creating the real leaders from our young. And I think is not the right words. I believe that there is thousands and thousands and millions of athletes are waiting for this platform, for this chance. We will not save any efforts to provide it for them. Our athletes are ready to compete at this highest level and showcase their extraordinary talent and global stage. In Paris 2024, we made history. Yes, we did. Because we say that because we are from Asia. NPC Nepal got a medal for the first time in the Paralympic and Olympic level in Taekwondo. This is a historical moment for us. We are very proud as Asian that Nepal got this medal for the first time, not just for the Paralympic movement and also for the Olympic movement in Nepal. Demonstrating the parasports in growing and will support every single MPC in Asia to achieve their goals. The strong presence of Asia athletes highlights our region's rising influence in the Paralympic movement. How can we evaluate that? How can we have an indicators? Are we success or no? We just take some figures from the Paralympic Games. If we are in Brazil, 18% coming from Asia, representing from Asia of the total number of athletes. In Paris, we were 25% coming from Asia. In Paris, we have more than 40% female coming from Asia. In Paris, we have more achievements, more medals in the ranking of the Paralympic Games coming from Asia. In Paris, we have Nepal got the first medal ever in their history. So this is the indicator and how you evaluate your success within your goals and initiatives within your KPIs through the years. Our commitment has always been to build a respected organization that stands for professionalism and unity across Asia. The athlete voice is no longer background note. It is central to shaping the future of the Paralympic sports in Asia. This decade has been about passion, dedication, and collaboration, and I'm honored, very honored, to lead APC through this exciting journey with my colleagues who are there always support and around. Now in 2025, the Asian Paralympic Committee is respected, professional, and united. The athlete's voice is stronger than ever, influencing decision and shaping our future. This is the result of 10 years of hard work from all of us, dedication and shared belief in what can we achieve together. A decade of progress, 10 years. We should stop in this 10 years together to see how did we do as a family, as a partners, as an Asian Paralympic Committee. 10 years of transformation showcase what is possible when combining unity, determination, and common purpose. Delivering major games successfully has elevated the profile of Paralympic sports and inspired athletes and fans alike. We have prioritized enhancing inclusivity to ensure that parasport is accessible and empowering for all. This decade of transformation is testament to the power of unity, determination, and shared commitment of excellence. We have proven that visionary planning and collaborative action can transform a moment. We have delivered major games, increased inclusivity, and united 45 national Paralympic committees under shared values of unity, determination, and purpose. Yes, together we are stronger. We are all together in the last 10 years, and we will remain for the next 10 years. Dubai 2025 Asian Youth Para Games will show emerging talent and setting new standards. Innovation from technology to training methods will continue to drive progress and inclusivity. Asia is poised to become a global leader in parasports, driven by passion, talent, and strategic vision. As we look ahead, Dubai 2025 AYPG will open a new chapter, and our priorities are clear: youth, sustainability, and innovation. Asia is ready to lead global parasport with Aichi Nagoya 2026 Asian Para Games already on the horizon. We look forward to working closely with our Japanese hosts to deliver an unforgettable experience for athletes, fans alike. The COCOM meetings which we attend, that these games will be one of the best as well. From vision to reality. It was a vision in 2015, in May, when we gathered together. It was a vision, it was a message, it was a strategic goals, It was, in general, a strategic plan at that time. And it was hope, it was dream. But through these decades, it shows us its own challenge. Our daily life based on challenge. To get up from the bed, to take a shower, to get my suits, to get on the wheelchair, to come down, to get into the car, to go to the schools, to go to work. It's about challenge. Challenging these disabilities, but it's not stopping us. So the challenge is in our DNA. It's in our blood. That's why the impossible is no more in our dictionary. We can. We always said, yes, we can. Probably you will wear your suit in 10 seconds. I will wear it in 5 minutes. But yes, I can. I will be here with you. I'm happy. So if we reflect this feeling and this belief into the environment, into the structure, into the governance of our people here, always we said, yes, we can. There is no impossible. And that's what we are doing now. It is about our movement. Nothing is impossible. And there will be nothing impossible in the next 10 years and ahead. I'm really appreciating your patience with me. 10 years is a long time. To squeeze it into this presentation, we tried our best to pick the very important things. But in this next video, I would like you to be more patient. Because 10 years, the wonderful team of our media team here squeezed the 10 years into few minutes. I will leave you with these videos showing the Asian Paralympic Committee journey in the last 10 years. Thank you very much.
What an inspiring journey, a decade shaped by unity, resilience, and bold ambition. Thank you, Mr. President, for that powerful reflection on our Paralympic journey so far. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to an important segment of the 2025 APC conference, a session that highlights the incredible work being done within the APC standing committees. The standing committees play a vital role in driving forward the mission and vision of the Asian Paralympic Committee. They are the engine of the APC's development, policy, and innovation. Our second session is going to cover key updates and strategic priorities of the APC standing committees. Here, we will hear the updates and insight into the standing committee's key achievements, ongoing projects, plans, and strategic direction. Let's begin with the Games and Sports Development Committee. I now invite Dr. Nasambat Uyembat, Chair of the Games and Sports Development Committee, along with Mr. Sung-Hoon Lee, GSDC Senior Manager, to present their committee's updates and vision for the future.
I already told. I'm sorry. So good morning, everyone. So, wow, just now we have the very amazing report. So it's very difficult after this report to have my short, brief report about the Games and Sport Development Committee. So dear my friends, dear my colleagues from all the MPCs, Your Excellency, IPC President Andrew Parson, Your Excellency, Mr. President Majid, and the Minister of Tourism and Sport of the Republic of Kazakhstan, Your Excellency Irbol Mirzimbasayev. Thank you so much. So today I will have this opportunity to introduce the Games and Sport Development Committee activities. This report outlines the activities, decision, and strategic input of the committee with planning and organization of upcoming Asian Para Games and Asian Youth Para Games. The committee has worked in line with the APC constitution and close collaboration with the APC management team and local organizing committee of the Games. Can you change my PPT? Okay. And the next slide. The main function of the Games and Sport Development Committee is to monitor and review when the necessary the bid document for the Asian Para Games, and more generally to supervise and support the organization of the Asian Para Games, including close collaboration with the organizing committee, and advise the APC board member and management team about the concept and implementation of the games. The committee plays a vital role in guiding and supporting the planning, institutions, and legacy of the Asian Para Games related with APC events. The committee operated under the framework of the APC constitution and support the EC members and fulfill its missions. The key responsibility of the Games and Sport Development Committee. It is provide the recommendation on general concept and strategic direction related of the Asian Para Games, define parameters for the long-term development of the Games, advise the APC sport-related department on operational aspect and planning of the Asian Para Games, develop and guide strategies and policies related development activities of Asian Paralympic Committee, discuss and advise on allocation procedure for the APC development funding with the regions, coordinate our LAPIN or SHAPEN development activities between member organizations, provide advice on the level of the integration and collaboration with the Olympic Council of Asia for games-related matters, support APC board member in developing its mission, promoting equity in sport and ensuring compliance with the APC constitutions. So I am very glad that we have the volunteers and members from the MPC from Bahrain, Korea, Kazakhstan, China, Iran, and Oman. I would like to say thank you so much, all of the members of the committee, for the great job and for your cooperation to promote the Paralympic sport and develop the mission of the Games and Sport Development Committee. As I mentioned before, the President Majid Rajid, we listen and we show how the 10 years ago we had the APC strategic plan, and now the vision of APC becomes reality. Yes, the fundamental to the development of the APC strategic plan from 2023-2027 has been input of APC members, athletes, and key stakeholders who have all had opportunity to share their view with us. While the APC Games and Sport Development Committee will continue to serve members and athletes in advancing the Paralympic movement and showcasing athlete excellence through the development of the Asian Para Games, we must begin to explore and demonstrate the social benefit of parasport. Members of the Game and Sport Development Committee played an active role to promoting and supporting the APC Strategic Plan Survey, which aimed to engage all APC members' National Paralympic Committee. The committee efforts were instrumental in ensuring broad participation there and playing the voice of member organizations. This includes we are doing with the collaboration with the local organizing of the Asian Para Games and Asian Youth Games. The committee worked closely with the APC management to track the progress of the Games preparation for the following events. Tashkent 2025 Asian Youth Games. Due to some circuit times, it was withdrawn and moved to Dubai 2025 Asian Youth Para Games and Asian Naga 2026 Asian Para Games. Dubai 2025, the 5th edition of Asian Youth Para Games, will be held under the patronage of His Excellency Sheikh Mansour bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Muhtam, is the chairman of the Dubai Sport Council. The Youth Para Games is vital to grow the Paralympic movement in Asia. It's very important to organize and involve more young para-athletes, and it's very important to raise the profile of parasport across the Asian region. The games will be taken middle of September from 7 to 14, and the 11 sport approved for inclusion in the games. As you know, the UAE has demonstrated strong capability and experience to hosting international sport events. Every year, we have a lot of para-sport competition in UAE, such as FASA, competition in athletic, archery, bocce, badminton, and many, many events. And now, totally 31 MPC has expressed interest in, and we are waiting more than 1,700 athletes around Asia. Asia Nagoya 2026 Asian Para Games. The Asian Para Games will be the next big event in the sport world following the 2020 Tokyo Olympic and Paralympic Games. It's a very meaningful event for all of Japan and bring chance to future deepen the growing exchange with Asia. The Sport Development Committee participates in online virtual meeting every month with the organizing committee, and we had the COCO meeting 3 times together with organizing committee Asia Nagoya. Around 400 athletes and team officials from the Asian Paralympic Committee, 44 member nations are expected to attend in the 18 para sports. The Asian Paralympic Committee, organizing committee of Asia Nagoya 2026 Asian Para Games, celebrated 100 days to go milestones to the 5th edition of Asian Para Games. And main area, it's very important, insurance, the games are developed is very high standard, encouraging to participation all members of APC. Preparation for the Asian Nagoya Games is progressively and very smoothly. We had the opportunity to visit Nagoya in person, and we see the preparation and engage the director with INOC. It was pleasure to tour. South venues and check in and give some advice on behalf of the APC management team. And looking ahead, the Games and Sport Development Committee will focus on strengthening regional collaboration and capacity building initiatives for future professionalize the para-sport management across the Asia. Emphasis will be placed on fostering innovation in games development, improving athlete pathway, and reinforcing sustainability practice in event organization. By leveraging the lessons from the past edition and working proactivity with the local organizing committee, the Games and Sport Development Committee remains dedicated for shaping and more inclusive and resilient the future of the Asian Para Games. Continued investment in human capital, infrastructure, and policy development will be initiated to realize the full potential of para sport across the continent of Asia. And finally, the Games and Sport Development Committee remains dedicated to ensuring the success of the Asian Paralympic Games and promote the values in inclusion, equity, and excellence in para sport through Asia. Ongoing collaboration with all the organizing committee of the Games, MPC, stakeholders is vital to creating sustainable and impactful Games legacy and advising the Paralympic movement. Yes, today we have a very great day, and I am very proud to see all of you after the Paris 2024 Paralympic Games, which was a very historical moment for all the Paralympic movement around the world. Our Excellency, the President Majid Rashid said, we have grown stronger together more than ever before. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all our members, the athletes, our partners and colleagues for their unwavering dedication and support. Through our collective efforts, we are advancing the APC vision to be a reality for the inclusive world through parasport. Finally, I would like to say special thanks to the government of Kazakhstan, to the National Paralympic Committee of Kazakhstan, for all staff and volunteers for the hard work and warm hospitality. We are happy to be in here. The Astana is very beautiful. It's the center of Asia. I hope 3 days you will be enjoying here to share your opportunity ideas, how we can together to promote the Paralympic movement in each region of Asian continent. And thank you so much for your support. And I would like to say to all our members, be activity, be, share your visions, and together we can do many things, not only in Asia, and we can do it around the world. Спасибо всем большое. И я
Thank you very much. I would like to cordially congratulate all of you, those who have organized this wonderful General Assembly. And we would like to thank each and every one of us, those who have contributed in organizing the General Assembly in Astana. Thank you cordially.
Thank you, Dr. Nassenbad, for outlining how every initiative brings us closer to a more accessible and competitive sporting for all. And also a special thanks to His Excellency Mirbol Mirza Bozinov, Minister of Tourism and Sports of the Republic of Kazakhstan, for being with us here today. We will now proceed to our scheduled coffee break. Please be back by 11 a.m. sharp, when we will continue with the further updates from the other APC committees. Thank you. Asif. We would like to ask everyone to have a seat. We're going to start shortly. As you all can hear the bell, the next session is about to reconvene, so can you all please have a seat? Okay. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. For those just joining us, my name is Salama Al-Khatri, a paracyclist and vice chair of the Asian Paralympic Committee Athletes Committee. It's an honor to continue this journey with you, not just as your MC, but as someone who's deeply committed to powering athletes across Asia. Let's keep the energy high and the conversations meaningful as we dive into the next part of our program. We now resume with the further updates from the APC standing committees. So now we're going to hear from the Women in Sports Committee, a body dedicated to gender equity and inclusion in para sports. Advancing gender equity and empowering women in sports are such topics that remain close to APC's hearts. Please welcome Dr. Mu Ming Chu, Chair of the committee, for her presentation.
Hello, everyone. Still morning, right? Okay. I was told in the early time that I'm having 30 minutes, but the 30 minutes is gonna kill me quickly, and I won't using that much time to kill you. So I just heard that I can get this done in 15 minutes and have to speak very fast. If I get slip out of my tongue, that's President's fault, because we had a very nice big dinner last night. Distinguished APC, Executive Board, our colleagues from our MPCs, from our international, and the Women in Sports Committee, APC. Show you my very strong, not big, but very strong, our team that coming from, see, our vice chairperson is coming from Maldives, from Kyrgyzstan, from Korea, from China, from Kazakhstan, and from Iran. So thank you very much for my family. I will ask President Majid that maybe we can extend more and bigger for our committee members. Okay, together, we just said, together we're stronger. But together we united together, and this group give me a very good spirit, good support, and very valuable, experiences, and even that helped me to learn a lot and grow. Thank you very much. My report will restate the functions and responsibility of the APC Women in Sports Committee, present a brief report on the two major events that we are hosting in 2024, June. We are partnered with the Virtus Asia, having a conference, small conference. In 2025, we just host, and just get it finished, we're done, in 2025, August in Taipei for a Women in Sports seminar. First Women in Sports seminar of APC. I'm so proud, and it turns out very well. So I'd like to share with you by this two event. So the APC Women in Sports Committee aims to provide advice to the APC on the development of sports for women and girls at all levels. And we are in Paralympic movement, of course, and raise awareness about gender equality and the constant inclusion of women in sports. Our committee serves as both an advisory role and the action body. So under the APC leadership and help and support, so this means that we don't just talk about the issues or sharing experiences or ideas only, and we also we work with the NPC, athletic coaches, administrators, and all together into a concrete action, which I assume prefer to do something anyway. So we also support the female athlete and all of these coaches and administrators, helping them overcome the barriers in their sporting journey. As I wish, if we have more input and sources to coming in and join our team, we can do a lot more. In June 2024, that is a picture for part of the delegates. And this is the workshop with Virtus Asia together. So it covers the key areas of promoting women's participation in parasports by sharing the best practice and such as like a community-based recruitment and mentorship programs. We also protecting para athletes from sexual harassment. At that time was one of the very hot issues that we talk about it. And this seminar, we do learn that when we all discuss, open our minds, discuss the problems, discuss something good or even something not that good, but once we can sit down and discuss about it, we always can get something comes up to be very valuable and helpful. Another thing, next, is this one. We just had it in Taipei in early August, and I sincerely thank you very much for our APC headquarters support us, and then we can using that the first APC Women in Sports seminars. And this time we have about 21 NPC delegates. Or some are having one delegate, some are having two, some, like Japan, we're having 5 come over to support this. And I'm very glad and very proud of this group. And also our government support us for some budget, still not enough anyway. Okay, it's coming next. So the first APC Women in Sports seminars, our future, we are doing the panelists. So, and then we have one chairperson, and we have 2 panelists, and then after all of our discussions and sharing, then we open court. So it turns out very active and very hot discussion coming from stage and the court and the field. And also a lot of a real story coming from their life, what they have gone through it, even with the tears in our eyes, with our heart bumping a lot anyway. So I think I probably was learn the most, gain the most, and really appreciate the most. So the future, now the achievements in 2023, 2025, this one, it is just like a milestone to me, to our Chinese Taipei, and also that should be for APC Women in Sports too. So we like to strengthen regional collaborations for gender equality. We like to raise the awareness of the challenges and potentials of women in para sports. We also wanted to spark it and reinforce it for all of us we can do together. And coming to the next page. So we next leap forward in my mind, and also I learned from all of the discussion together from our groups. Then I think that I would like to make a brief report here. It is in first, we wanted to coming up a little bit more, deeper than like a research or surveys. Coming up with the adequate and more clear or the data, statistics, or publications, papers. And also this idea is coming from a friend of mine that from university, not only for female professors, but also for male professors. They are very interested in what we can do all together. So research and survey, it is one of our, we are looking at it. And raise the awareness for sure, not only around our group, also we want to make a little bit more theme or spotlight that we can receive it from the mass medias, from the communities, societies, and also from government or from businessmen and enterprises. And we also engage with the National Paralympic Committee. This is very important to me, that we can work together, and surely this is going to be very strong sources as what I can see. Then I would like to introduce, goes to the previous one. Right, yes. This is the Winter Para Games since 1976 to 2022. The figures comes from the participants for male athlete and female athlete. The red colored is males, the number of figures of the males, and the blue one is the female athletes. And well, I don't, you can get a little bit clearer and larger. Now you can see the years go around and the percentage that goes. And the second one is coming from APC, the internet information. This picture is our August seminar one. Okay, go to the next. Research and survey. This, see, I'm coming from educational backgrounds and political backgrounds too. So I look at that if we really can do some using academic forces to helping us, then it's easier for us to find the adequate and or better or good directions and areas and some major issues so that can help female representations and leadership or policies or culture and perceptions. Okay, goes to the next. For the next one, okay. I have been told that a very little boy in the very countryside, and asked him, so what have you been doing yesterday watching TV? He says, Olympic game. I said, have you heard about Paralympic game? He said, no, of course not. A little boy doesn't know that. And I have been helping our athletes to raising some funds or helping them for getting a job with my businessmen, the friends that I can offer them, even for the very low minimum wages, those kind of opportunities. Then I try to convince them about what the Paralympic Committee, Paralympic game and then they are rarely knowing about this. So it really made me thinking that we should using media, using the most powerful that instruments to helping we build up our fames or visibilities. Publications and raise awareness, as what I mentioned in education and communications. What I've been prepared, this is a briefing one that we haven't got enough time to make all of the details, especially for the seminar last week we just accomplished. And that when we making the formal official report to the APC, that we will get the whole things more into the details. But I'd like to share with you is we are so excited, and we are, that the seminar turns out more than we can imagine. And it turns out with all of those warm and very precious feelings around it. So I especially thank you, Miki-san, to come to be the chairperson for one panel discussions, and some of those here has been participated in our seminars. So this is the most important thing for this short, brief presentation I wanted to share with you, and also I would like to mention it in the coming future. In the coming future, we will act as a strategic advisory role, if we may. I guess we will try very hard to work on that, and working with individual athletes or coaches, administrators, or even NPCs that are together. And we will providing toolkits. We were developing some toolkits for the specific needs or specific issues for sharing with our for those who need, our NPCs, for those who need, and then they can having some help or having something to be help out their work. Also, we were assisting the creation or review of our safeguarding frameworks and policies. So I think all NPCs, especially for their own governmental backgrounds, that eventually government started to watch out. This is more and more valuable and interesting and very important, that issues for Paralympic movement, and especially for women's this area. So I think that's going to be one of a very significant point in the future. Last but not the least, we're encouraging cross-NPC and federations, definitely with IOSD, President Rudy. I didn't forget that, IOSD. And then we can get a joint workshop, like what we are having this pattern, or we can have some research, cross-NPC, cross-country, cross-cultural, cross-regional, maybe sometimes, if we may. So I think that we can make this, extend our tent broader, and we all can get the input in there. So I will make I wish that not only working with our women in sports bigger, family bigger, and also I would surely like to see our IPC families gonna getting bigger too, and getting newer, and get something expected a lot. And our voice will be heard. And what our efforts, contributions will be recognized. And also, I think we all can stay with a very precious stage, the stage, and we can find out our places. We also can work together with our friends. So that's from the bottom of my heart. And am I speak too fast? No. Andrew, were you with me? That's my brother with the different parents, so we behave differently, but I love him. I always try to find him, not do Nigar. And no, I'm not going to step that in your trap because what President Andrew Parsons didn't do it, I won't do it. No, because I want to be a good girl because President Majid says so, right? I love you all. Anyway, thank you for your patience and thank you for all of your claps. I need it a lot. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mu, for such an inspiring update. Thank you for showing us that when women rise, we all rise, and more inclusive sporting world becomes possible. So now moving on to our next presentation, it's from the Athletes Committee, which drives the voice and vision of our movement. As Vice Chair, it's now an honor for me to invite to the stage someone who has been a steadfast advocate for athlete empowerment across Asia, the President of the Athletes Committee, Mr. Misaka. Together, we're going to present the Athletes Committee update, and which is a body committed to ensuring that every athlete from every corner of Asia is heard, seen, and supported.
Okay.
Yes.
Is the sliding?
Okay.
So hello everyone. So I'm Hiroyuki Misaka, Chairperson, Asian Paralympic Committee, Athlete Committee. So thank you for the opportunity to give a presentation of our activities. So I appreciate President Mr. Majid and the other APC members, the NPC Kazakhstan, my friend, ladies and gentlemen. So unfortunately, not all members could come here. So today I will present it with her, who is also the MC and also Vice Chair of the Athlete Committee.
Yes.
All right? So next one, please.
Pardon?
Next slide,
Ah,
please.
okay. Let's go.
So this is our objective. Today we would like to share with you our main activities so far and our goals for the future. Okay, next slide, let's go.
Okay, so it's an honor for us today to be here to share this report, which reflects the voices of Asian para-athletes. It's not just about sport performance. It's much more than that. It's about dignity, accessibility, and inclusion. Para-athletes are more than just competitors on the field. They are individuals who navigate daily challenges, demonstrate resilience, and break barriers, not only in sport, but in society as a whole. This presentation will highlight the need for a systematic change, better support, and more inclusive opportunities. We've heard from the athletes across the region. Their feedback is both a call to action and a roadmap for the future. So let's see what we've heard from the athletes. So one of the things we've heard was the inconsistent access to classification opportunities. So as we know, in para-sports, in order for fair play, we need to have classification to make sure that athletes compete fairly. So not having the ability and the access to get the classification they need, they cannot participate in the sport. And additionally, some athletes believe that sometimes classification can be unfair in some certain sports. So it is good to have athletes part of writing like the classification guideline so that they see what happens behind the scenes and they see how it can be done in a very fair way to ensure fair play. Additionally, another thing is the post-career support. So an athlete dedicates plenty of hours training to and competing and traveling and doing all that, putting that effort in. But what happens when it's time for the athlete to retire? That's why we need to put something, a program structured to ensure that we build their skills, and once they're done participating in the sport and competing, playing competitively, they have the program that to transition them smoothly into giving their skills and sharing what they've learned with other athletes and having a good way to give back to the community after finishing their sports commitments. Another thing what we've heard is with funding challenges, and I think almost all of you face this issue. It's one of the main issues. Without funding, we cannot get access to equipment. We cannot get access to participate in sports. And that is where we need to have something to support these athletes when they face these difficulties. Having a simple guideline as do step 1, step 2, step 3. If you've done all these steps, you cannot get the funding. Maybe there is further support to help ensure that the athletes have fair opportunity to compete and train at that elite level. And one of the most underrated forms of, people often miss it, it's mental health. Athletes face a lot of pressure competing at the elite level. So they need the mental health support network, whether it's from their fellow athletes or having people experts in the field next to them when they need it. Someone to talk to simply would be much appreciated. And lastly, many athletes also spoke about the lack of visibility on mainstream media. As we all know, the media is one of the most crucial aspects for sharing our sports and for making this para movement grow and inspiring the future generations. So more spotlight on the athletes is required in the future. So moving on to the next slide
Okay.
about the actions.
Okay. So regarding our recent action, so I visited some Asian country as an athlete representative, where I had the opportunity to discuss with many Asian athlete and NPC representatives. The athlete passion for their sports was a great inspiration to me. However, as mentioned in the previous slide from Salama, so I also recognize the several challenges, such as education, the athlete environment of sport, play sport, and career, and knowledge about the parasports and Paralympic movement. Therefore, I would like to undertake several initiatives for Asian athletes. The first is hosting an athlete forum. We held the first forum in 2020 at the online, and we are planning to hold the second time online as well around October, aiming to provide a forum for interaction, information sharing, and education among Asian athletes. In addition, I am also cooperating preparation for Aichi Nagoya Asian Para Games 2026, which will be held next year as an athlete representative. Aichi Nagoya Asian Para Games will be a competition that stands out from previous year. We hope that by sharing information directly with athletes at the forum, they will be able to participate in the competition with a little more peace of mind. So we plan to send out information about the forum around September. So we would like to as many athletes as possible to participate. So we appreciate your cooperation. The second is building the relationship with NPC. By speaking directly with NPC representatives, I was able to directly convey and discuss the athlete voices. Collaboration with the NPC is essential to resolving athlete issues. In order to create opportunity to hear more specific opinions, we would like to support the establishment as an NPC athlete committee and create opportunity for dialogue with athlete representatives. The third is about the APC application. The APC is currently developing an application that incorporates athlete opinions and aims to provide easy access to useful information. We hope to release it to everyone in the near future. We are confident that this application will allow many athletes to easily access a variety of information and create opportunity for more communication. The next slide, please. So based on these activities, we would like to make these recommendations. First one, strengthen athlete representation, support your career pathway, expand regional training opportunities, enhance mental health resources. Last one is formalize athlete engagement. These recommendations are important for Asian athletes to be active on the world stage worldwide and become leader in promoting the Paralympic movement. Next.
So thank you all for your attention and engagement throughout this session. As we move forward, let us continue to listen and advocate and act on the needs of our athletes. Our collective effort will create an environment where every para-athlete is valued, not for their athletic achievements, but for their humility, resilience, and contributions to society. Together, we can continue to push for a more inclusive and supportive future for all para-athletes. When the athletes thrive, our movement thrives. Thank you, Misaka.
Thank you. So, thank you. We'll be here throughout the in conference and the General Assembly. So please feel free contact us. Any question, any talk about our presentation activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you again, Misaka. So now I'm going to transition back into being your MC. So the next session is going to be with the Medical and Sports Science Committee. Professor Dr. Jalil Kupaizadeh leads the way in advancing athlete health and performance. He will be presenting the key developments in medical support and sports science which strengthen athlete welfare across the region.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed member of Executive Board, APC, and also our esteemed and valuable NPC colleagues, and also International Federation also are here, and the special guest, Dr. Parson, Mr. Parson. And also, I have a big thanks from Mr. Khairat as a chairperson of NPC, and also and his colleague. He should be very, very interested to the work and all responsible for holding this event. Very nice. Thank you, Mr. Majid, my brother, Mr. Tarek, and their colleagues in APC for holding this event. Thank you very much. I would like to say, I honor for me to introduce myself to you. I am Jalil Kuhbayezadeh. My name is Jalil. It's very easy. Not Kuhbayezadeh is too long. It's related to mountain and the place. my course is, I'm as a physician, I am a preventive and community medicine in Iran University of Medical Sciences, and also at the same time as a chief or chairperson of Islamic Republic of Iran Sport Federation for the Disabled from 1 year ago. And also it's my honor as a chairperson of committee of medical and sports science committee in APC from since 2024. I would like to share some details about what we have done by my colleagues, and also we want to do in new or in future, in, for example, 2025, 26, and the next. If you see this slides, our mission based on the APC missions is encourage disabled people to do sports and helping them become elite athletes by using knowledge, research, and updated technology. It should be very important for us. Normally, we have 3 activities: education, research, and consultation. I explained about some details in the next slide, but we have some innovation because we need some default or any problem, for example, in publishing the research and also in sport for the disabled. And also we need the registration system for gathering the data during the Asia for better programming, and also we need an electronic health record. As you know, electronic health record is the main problem for the sports, and also we need about details of mental health, physical health, and performance of the athletes. And the next one innovation is SDH, a sport for the disabled at home. Is the main problem for the disabled person is transportation between home and between training center, and every time that's the same. It is this software, or this is application should be prepared the opportunity for doing better exercise at home, and it should be explained about this. And unfortunately, these innovations, these 4 innovations, we have 3 clips, video clips for better explanation of this, what I said. But today it's not prepared as a standard for the presentation in this event, but it should be sent our NPC if the APC allowed me. Okay. In this committee, our committees have MSCC have 4 subcommittee: anti-doping, classification, medicine or medical, and also sports science. About our teams is 17% from around Asia. For example, Dr. Badrul Amin, as you said, from Malaysia, you know as a very famous person in doping and as a pharmacist. As you said, we have, as I said, we have 4 subcommittees. One of subcommittees has the head of the subcommittee. For example, for anti-doping and the drug management, we have Dr. Badrul Amin as a head of subcommittee for anti-doping, and 4 or 3% normally help him to prepare to do any things, and as a member of this subcommittee. And also Mr. Han, Dr. Han from Korea, as a head of classification subcommittee for classification. And also in the next subcommittee in medicine or in medical, Dr. Matthew from India is the head of this subcommittee and the member of this UC. And also the last subcommittee is sports science subcommittee. As a chairperson of this, Mr. Ji Young Jin from Korea. It should be held and should be prepared and organized the subcommittee for holding this their duty. Around several months ago, we tried to prepare five topics in scientific serial webinars for Asia, and also it should be allowed to introduce or to use from the other country from the world. But we can organize five topics. As you see these topics, for example, one of these topics is complex injury profile in para sports. The others, this mental resilience and cognitive tools. And also the others was adaptive equipment in sports for the athletes. And also classification is the main objective for us. And also anti-doping education. For example, these five webinars should be organized by APC, and also we can invite our esteemed or scientific speakers from all over the Asia, and also present the new approach and the new science in this area for everybody. And also, as you see, more than 300 persons, for example, coming to anti-doping webinars, and also the others is more than 100% and participate from our NPCs during included Asia and more than in the other countries. Last year, based on our rules and responsibility about in research, we tried to prepare APC journal. As you know, APC journal is as an electronic version, not paper. Is very important for us because we need to accumulate, to concentrate the research in sport for the disabled in the world. If you search in the site or this any library or any university, you cannot find the journal specifically on sports for the disabled. This needs and motivate us to prepare the proposal for presentation of APC journal. And this journal should be under contract, under negotiation with APC, and if the APC allowed us, we can introduce them. It should be continuous the process for publication of APC journal, as it should be very, very important for organize the research in the world in the special area in sports for the disabled. Perspective of education webinar series is we can after finish these five webinars, we find any feedback from the other NPCs and other colleagues. It should be our motivated to go to the next session. For example, we organize till the end of the 2026, we have a monthly webinar series based on needs assessment and based on what we need to explain about this for our countries should be organized and should be designed and inshallah should be held. And also after the end of this years, we can prepare for 2026 educational webinars, not only based on the needs, but also predicted of the issue. For example, AI and the others updated technology needs to familiar with them among the NPCs. And also the other activities, the first activities was research, the second, for example, in consultancy for holding in medicine or sports science, for example, in youth game, maybe need or para Para-Asian in Nagoya should be any consultation from our colleagues. It should be very, very easy, and it should be very available. We are very available for this. And also for research, as you show about the publication, APC journal. Just before that, I really request we can find in branch of Vista in our continent, in Asia. It should be, if this find this branch, it should be accumulate all the, for example, 45 NPCs in Asia, should be accumulate all this research paper, research proposal coming to this Vista branch of this Asia, because Asia is a huge part of the IPC, and it's a very, I think it's very, very useful. Just same for Asia, and same for useful for Vista. And also, let me explain about some innovation that should be mentioned. This is a slide. As you know, we are as a RAI. One of these needs for improving in the Asia is registration athlete information. As you know, for better design, for better programming, we need the data. At the moment, we don't have enough data, enough spatial data for programming, as a dashboard, as a knows, for example, APC knows, NPC knows about the registration athletes information in the total of Asia. And also, we prepare this application and electronic. It should be very, very ready to launch to Asia. And also, the second is electronic health record. As I said, this software is ready in English language. It should be changed to the other language. Is no problem, and it should be very useful for in the same standard, in the same approach for physical health, mental health, performance, and something else included, or drug history, family history, any details needs for the athletes should be included in EHR, electronic health record. And in this slide. And the next one is the application for a sport for the disabled at home. This application normally already is open, and more than 6,000 exercise should be included to this. And if the person have a smart mobile phone, by loading this application on this mobile, and it's located front of the person as a same as a biomechanic webcam. It should be shows any activities, any exercise for this person. And the advantage of this software is it should be have a mentor, automatic mentor based on the AI, and should be normal or coach, a special coach for training this by this application. It means it's the better approach, is the best approach for us for training the disabled person on the bed, on the chair, at home, at work. It should be very interactive. The most advantage of this application is interaction, not TV. TV is not we don't have any interaction between trainee and trainer. But this approach and this software, it should be removed and solve the problem. And also, that's finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for ensuring our athletes are not only stronger, but safer in body, mind, and spirit. So let's now turn our attention to one of the most critical pillars of fair competition, anti-doping. Upholding fairness, protecting the health of athletes, and safeguarding the spirit of competition and responsibilities we all share. In Asia, we are fortunate to have strong allies in this mission. One such partner is the Korea Anti-Doping Agency. And we invite you to watch a short video presentation from CADA, which is a key partner in promoting integrity and transparency in sport.
I've been walking in the street in a new city. I've come to experience what I haven't before. And I'm a little scared, 'cause it's so new to me. But to wander through the city makes me curious. It's time for change. It's time for change. It's time for change. It's time to. It's like a dream of the sky, but it's real in my sight. I see real in the city of wonder. Up under the sun, riding high, along the road, going right. Come join us for a little ride. There's magic in the air tonight. Hold me tight, we will light the city bright. Whoa, whoa. Close your eyes and make a wish tonight. Alright, alright.
It's like a
It's like a dream of the sky, but it's real in my sight. I see we're in the city of wonder. Up under the sun, riding high, follow the bright, guiding light. Come join us for a little ride. There's magic in the air tonight. Magic in the air tonight.
A clean sport is a fair sport. Thank you for such an informative and inspiring message. We also have Chan Park, Director of Testing Department from CATA, and Sung Jung Byon, Assistant Director CATA, with us here at the conference. A big round of applause for their outstanding work and commitment to protecting the sport's integrity. We now would like to hear from First Admiral Dato Subramaniam Ramaner, who will share his remarks on Malaysia's commitment to advancing classification in para sport. Let's welcome First Admiral Dato Subramaniam on stage.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost lunchtime, so I was told to make only 15 minutes presentation, so I won't eat into your lunchtime. All right, I'm Subra. Some call me Cobra. It's difficult to pronounce. I'm the Secretary General for NPC Malaysia. So I would like to share with you the classification challenges that we are going through in Malaysia, because we have a national para sports games which is conducted every 2 years. So through that we have experienced a lot of challenges that we face in classification. So I think it's time that we share our experiences with all of you here, so that you can take whatever that's applicable and make changes to your respective classification that you do back at home. Move. The slide, please. Okay. What are the challenges that we face in managing classification in our respective countries? It might be true for some of you, might not be true, might be more, might be less. One of the most important things that we found in Malaysia is that it's an absence of national classification system. All right, we don't have a handbook which compiles all the rules and regulations about classification. I know there are some countries, advanced countries like US, UK, Australia, and New Zealand, they have got everything documented in one handbook, which makes it easy for them to do classification work. The second challenge we find is that stakeholders' awareness of the classification system. Who are these stakeholders? The government sports bodies, our national sports association, the coaches, the medical practitioners who are involved in classification, and most importantly, the athletes themselves are sometimes having difficulty to understand classification. So it brings a lot of frustration to a lot of these people. Number 3 is definitely competency in national classifiers. I don't want to say about international classifiers because they got a lot of experiences, but national classifiers tend to have different varying levels of competencies in their classification. These are examples that has been proven during our national games, where classifier A says can, classifier B says cannot. So somebody in the middle, which is the NPC, has got to stand firm and say, this is the right way of doing things. All right? So that is definitely a competency issue. And number 4 is classification data management. All right? Asking the persons with a disability, i.e. the athletes, to manage those lots of medical documents by themselves can be a big challenge for them. So somebody has got to manage all these documents and keep it for them, or find a way of how to store it so that it is safe and sound. And number 5 is definitely National Sports Association, the association which is responsible for a particular sport, and the classifier, because you have a chief classifier who has been appointed for each sport. So the interaction between them has got to be good. All right, because you cannot have conflict situation between a national sports federation and a classifier. And finally is definitely responsibility of the NPC. If you look in the APC classification code, it says very clearly, the NPC of a country, you are responsible for classification activities in your respective country. So because there can be a situation where classifiers have come and say, oh no, this doesn't belong to NPC, and no, it is written, and each one of the NPC, you are a signatory to the IPC classification code. So this is another challenge that we faced. So what did we do? Right, we had a grant from IPC about 2 years ago, and we had a workshop. We called all the classifiers in our country. We sat down together and said, how shall we what shall we do to streamline and bring all these things in order. So we have developed a national classification handbook. Basically, it is pulling all the rules and regulations by various instructions and that has come and put them in one book so that it is applicable to your respective country. So we call it Malaysia Para Athlete Classification System, all right, MPAC. So you can call it whatever you want for your respective country. So what are the contents in this handbook, right? The contents in this handbook, of course, definition and types of classification that needs to be done, the minimum impairment criteria, which is spelled out, the athlete evaluation, sports class and status, protest and appeal, a very important area, classifier education and training, the pathways and all these things, and of course data protection. Each country have got your own data protections. All these 6 things are not new. They are all available. They are all, instructions have been issued by IPC. This is the best practice. So you have to pull all of them together and see how it is applicable in your respective country. It might be applicable for country A, could be different for country B, but do it the way it suits your country most best. And what is the objective of this, having a handbook and all these things? All right, is to provide a systematic management of our classification system. All right, classifiers do the job of classification. All right, NPC must do the job of managing classification in your respective country. All right, to define roles of classification stakeholders. All right, what is the National Sports Council's responsibility? What is the NSA's responsibility? The coaches, all those people who are involved in this classification system. And then to create awareness of the classification system, all right? Because sometimes when the athlete come forward, the parents especially, when they come forward, why can't my child be involved in this sports? Because, no, I'm sorry, your child cannot be involved because they do not qualify in these things. So when they bring their children to circuits, talent identification, or national para competitions, we have tough time trying to explain to parents about what the child can do and cannot do. And number 4 is to enable athlete classification. Once the athlete becomes aware that this is a classification process, then he is ready to accept the decisions that have been made during the classification process, so that there is no friction between the classifiers and the athletes or the coaches. And of course, number 5 is to comply with IPC classification code, all right? You can go foul if you are not following a IPC code, right? So you have to follow that. So what is the outcome of having a system like this? So that over the 2 years of our experience, we now have at least, when the NPC has took full control over classification, we have a systematic development of classifiers. National classifiers, make them, have them to go through some competitions. We call them a competency development points so that they can be considered for international classifier. So people do not go to international level by bypassing the national levels, all right? So that is very important. And of course, number 2 is that an ease of early classification nationwide, all right? I know in Australia they do, you just go to the website and say you want to be classified, you can ask for classification. There's an outreach program, or you do an early classification, not bring them to a competition and then to find out, sorry, you can't compete in this competition because you don't belong to this class or whatever. So something has gone wrong along the way in that process. Of course, number 4 is to increase pool of para sports talents, all right? This will definitely be certain events we cannot participate because we have not found the right athlete, and some of the events have got to be cancelled. So when you do classification in a very systematic manner, you can have more athletes who can participate in all the events that has been offered in a particular sports. And this also finally brings about greater awareness of Paralympic sports in general. People understand that you, without limbs or whatever it is, you can still participate in certain sports, in certain class and all these things. Anything that we do, definitely there will be challenges, all right? So these are some of the Malaysian experience, again, challenges that we classification, one of the biggest challenges we face is classifiers, competency and change management. When you want to introduce something like this in a systematic manner, classifiers sometimes feel, oh, we have been doing things correctly all this time, why are we changing? It's not about changing for the sake of changing, it's making a change to bring about a better system. So the classifiers have got to be, you have to buy into the classifier. If no, you will face a lot of challenges with classifiers because some of them have become classifiers by their own investment. They have been spending money on their own and they have become classifiers. And now you want to rope them into a national system, you might find challenges. Right? So this is again the Malaysian experience. And of course, number 3 is availability of number 3, understanding the classification system. All right, the coaches must understand because the coaches are involved in with the athletes directly, and if they are giving wrong impression to the athlete, don't worry, we will get you into this class and all these things. It's a wrong promise, and it will hurt them very much. The athletes themselves have got to understand. And the National Sports Association, NSA, the National Sports Association, being the custodian of the sports in the country, they must be fully aware of how to manage the sport and what are the classification parameters. And of course, number 3 is availability of classifiers, right? Most of them, all of them are volunteers, right? And some of them are in medical personnel especially. They are in they have got their own job, they have got their own business, so it will be very difficult to get them, and you will have difficulty in managing them. And number 4 is outreach strategy for early classification. All right, the earlier you do classification and you follow them through, the better it will be. So what we have done for our national para games, way before the game starts, at least 10 months before the game starts, we send teams out to the various provinces. We have 14 provinces in Malaysia. So we go and reach out to them and tell them these are the athletes you can invest your money on so that they can participate for your respective province. And of course, it creates a pathway for international classifiers qualification, all right? IFs have got their respective rules and regulation, how classifiers are going to be trained and qualified, certified. So you have to comply to all these things. So to ease all this, apart from the IPC grant that we had, we have developed a national classification software. All right, we heard just now from the medical doctor that is also a difficulty in managing records and all those things. So we have developed a national classification software, all right, in partnership with a private company, and the database of national classification status is there. Database of classifiers, right? Like last year, we trained 139 classifiers, national classifiers, and they surface only during the national games. After that, they disappear into the system. But we need to keep track of them and follow up and make sure that they remain with us. Right? And of course, with this software, we have an alignment to international classification requirements. And finally, National Para Games. Right? As I told you, every 2 years we have our National Para Games. The last game in Sarawak, one of our province, we had 1,502 athletes. All right, so they appear only every 2 years. And if you capture the data about them and then their classification status and all these things, they will disappear into the system. All right, they appear only during the games and then they disappear. So with software, you can keep track of all these people and things like that. So what with this PCM is our Paralympic Council Malaysia. Our NPC is known as Paralympic Council Malaysia. So we call it a PCM Integrated Information and Communication Portal. All right, this portal brings to us digital transformation. We have to move on to this area, so to stay connected and integrate for resource sharing. So these are some of the, I don't want to go to all these are some of the benefits. If you have a central system which is connects all of, it is now connecting a lot of our data, all right? So the government also feels very good towards the NPC that the money spent is being utilized properly. So we would like to suggest such a system be expanded for APC as well, connecting all the 5 regions, because this will help help all of us to have a better data management system. So the benefits definitely will be APC, para-sports development of resources, right? Whatever resources we have, we don't have unlimited resources, we have limited resources. So with that, we will have a better management. We have an integrated classification management database. And of course, we have an opportunity for benchmarking. We want to see which country is doing what are the best practices, so that we can share our knowledge. So that is about all my presentation today. Before I end, I have one important announcement to make. I think I wanted to include 2 more slides, which I could not. This is very important for all of us. IPC is now in the process of selecting mentoring hubs. And Malaysia has been chosen as one of the countries to be a mentoring hub in our part of the region. What is mentoring hub we're going to do? We have to invite 5 countries, and each country must provide 4 people, 2 male, 2 female. All expenses paid for, from flight from your country to Kuala Lumpur, and we will do it. So what are the 3 areas we are looking at? Introducing them about how classification is done, how to manage NPC and their National Sports Federation, and as well as running a competition. All right, so we are going to integrate it to our para swimming championship that's going to be held sometime in November. So it is a 3-in-1 opportunity. So it is going to be first come, first serve basis. We can take in only 5 countries. Dr. Sri Megat, who will make a presentation tomorrow, he will give you more details. So please take note of this, a new development. So IPC is considering us. So we will definitely do our best to deliver this thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MPC Malaysia, for leading the way and for ensuring every athlete has a fair chance to shine. And thank you to all our presenters for sharing critical insights and updates. It's now time, I think everyone's waiting for it. It's time for lunch. So please enjoy your meal and use this time to network and connect. We will resume back at 2 p.m. with contributions from international federations and IOSDS. Thank you. Allah, Jazakallah khair. Thank you.
that are common throughout certainly Southeast Asia. Paracanoe was a project started by ICF that really we were not being inclusive. We needed to work towards including people with all abilities. And Paracanoe was that project. And it pulled people forward so that people with impairments could have the same positive experience. And what's interesting in Paracanoe, and you learn this from the athletes, is that when they're in the boats, they feel the equal of people who are able-bodied. Nobody's looking at what's different about them. They're just moving on the water like anybody else. And that's a very powerful tonic psychologically for para-athletes. As I said, we're fully integrated in the ICF. We share the venue, the program, and the schedule with the Olympic canoe sprint races. We're always included in ICF broadcasts and live streams. Was particularly interested in the athletes' comments about the importance of the media, and that we do offer. There is no difference in terms of the provision of services. And that leads to the third bullet point, which is equal treatment and global visibility. Soon, we are in 26, we are starting a new method of qualification for the Paralympic Games. And in 27, for the first time, we will have a qualifying ranking event in Asia as part of our global strategy for opportunity there. Now I'll hand it over to Thomas.
Thank you, John. And his main message was all athletes are equal, independently if they are disabled or not, and we are living this slogan. And without any doubt, we already mentioned that Paracanoe is one of the fastest growing sport in Asia, and that also applies to the number of athletes and countries. And one of the milestones for our development was, without any doubt, Hangzhou 2022, the Asian Para Games in Hangzhou. 9 nations took part. Medals went to 7 Asian countries, and 4 Asian countries could win medals. Thanks to all of you federations who supported their athletes. And we can confidently say that we are now one of the highlights of the Paralympic Games. After being accepted in the program, we were able to present our sport on the big stage in Rio, as John mentioned that already 2016, and the number of events and quota places has steadily increased from 6 to 10, 2024. And so I focused on Asia because your continent promised the best growth rates for our sport. We have 38 national canoe federations in Asia. Most of our spectators, not only for the Paralympic Games in Paris, also for the Olympic Games, came from Asia, and especially from China and India. And the Asian continent has surpassed all other continents in terms of audience numbers for our sport. And now we need you, and we ask you not to miss this opportunity and to discuss with us together how we can develop together Paracanoe in your respective countries. Let us know what we as ICF have to do. We are able and willing to do it, and let us work together to make our beautiful sport still bigger in Asia. Thank you. And now back to John.
Thomas jumped over one particular piece of information. It was that we're open to any questions or anyone has, or anybody who wants to sign up, we're willing to get you to sign up.
Okay, then thanks for your attention, and we are ready for your questions and able for individual talks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kanitska and Mr. Edwards, for your insightful presentation. Now we move from the water to the table, but the message remains the same. Strength comes in many forms. Here, we are not just talking about muscle, we're talking about the strength to include, to innovate, and to break new ground. Up next, we'll hear how World Arm Wrestling is doing just that, creating new pathways for para-athletes to compete and thrive. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Lundamila Mazdrakova, Chair of the Para-Arm Wrestling Committee.
Good afternoon, ladies and what is a member of our World Arm Wrestling Federation can organize those national events. Then we have international continental events. We've just had at May in New Delhi our Asian Championship. This we handle together our able and para championships together. This year it will be 27th Para World Championship and 46th World Championships. So all the athletes are together, they share the same quality of their services and the same place and the same venue, so everything is absolutely great because we make everyday weighing, we make classification, we make some different age groups competitions, so it is very interesting for all the athletes to be part of those events. Just few words for competition rules because you will see something here, but maybe most of them in your life you practice arm wrestling. But the rules are also very, very important because this is the sport with a double elimination. So you must not lose twice to come to the final. To the final goes one athlete what is no loss, and the other what is with one loss. So this double elimination makes the sport very attractive and very clear from the side of the rules. There are some different, we are fully compliant to IPC, so we have the sport class statuses as the other sport have. Just a few words for the classes and categories. We have physical impairment, standing and sitting. We have visual impairment. And from the side of the age categories, our junior, youth and junior are up to 23 years. And from the side of the male and female, we have different weight categories. It depends also of the number of the athletes what we have in the group. For the sitting, we are very, very strictly from the side of the classification. Sport to be fair and to have equal criteria and to cover minimum impairment criteria for all the athletes. 2 years ago, we include also for cerebral palsy this sport class because this is very sport specific for our sport. The condition of the athletes. We also have hearing impairment in our sport classes. Doesn't matter that it is not, not in IPC, but we have this. The master list fully covers the requirements. And from the side of the numbers in our country, from the side of the gold medals and medal events in our sport, able and also para. So Kazakhstan is a great country in arm wrestling, and we are very, very grateful for that. Short video. and the slogan of arm wrestling is "Let the strongest win." I'm happy to invite on the stage our General Secretary, Mr. Mircea Simeonescu Simichel, because he is an expert of leading of the demo and also MC. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Honored guests, NPC presidents, it's an honor to be on this stage. I represent para arm wrestling, and we would like to present a little bit from our sport. I will invite in stage our referees, Vitaly Trubin, senior referee and Asian champion, Diana Moisiadi, also senior referee and world and Asian champion. And we will invite the sitting athletes first. All thanks for the support of the National Federation of Kazakhstan and of course support of the National Paralympic Committee of Kazakhstan. Sitting Yermakov Nikita, he is multiple world and Asian champion, master of sport of Kazakhstan.
Thank you so much for that amazing demonstration. I'm sure everyone had fun with that twist. So now we're going to turn to a global organization that champions inclusion across multiple sports from grassroots to elite. Let's welcome Rudy Van Abel, President and Chairman Hooper, Chief Executive Officer of World Ability Sport, and hear how their vision is shaping parasport across Asia and beyond.
Japan, because the first Paralympic Games we still were under the emblem of International Stoke Mandeville Games was in Tokyo 1964. Afterwards, we have the pleasure, and thanks to our members, to go to India 2009, Taiwan 2005, Sharjah 2011, and I would say what admiring, and even if today we are saying, why Asia? Majid, this morning you mentioned in Paris you were 25% of the medals. I think you were modest, because don't forget that Asia today, it's 5 million of people for a total world population of 8 million. You should have at least more than the double, because you are representing Asia. You all are representing 66% of the world population. So you see the potential you have, and I really would see, when I see the Asian Paralympic Committee, Majid, Tariq, the board members, you all, NPCs, you have a tremendous work to do. And I really believe you will have a bright future. And if you go to the future, our next games again, it will be in Thailand in November. And next year, we're going to the only country in the world who is situated on 2 continents, Turkey. One part Asian, one part European. But you will have again the Your Games in Turkey, again in Asia.
Okay, so we move back then to highlight our 3 sports that we govern. In para-fencing, we have active nations, as you can see on the screen, and certainly there is a big, coming back to the numbers of countries and members and athletes in this continent, we certainly are going to increase our efforts to develop and grow the sport in Asia. There is a lot of enthusiasm that is really coming to light for us, and we really look forward to work with nations in Asia. You will also therefore see from the screen that our World Championships this year will be at the beginning of September in Iksan in South Korea. We will have a World Cup for the first time in Solo in Indonesia, which we are really, really very excited about. And then there is also a World Cup later on in the year at the same time as the World Games in Nakhon-Ratchasima in Thailand. Looking to the future, next year we will be back in Thailand. They have become really one of our development hubs, and we will continue to use them as such. And then, of course, the big excitement for next year will be the Asia Para Games in Japan. So we are all working together to put on a really excellent competition in Japan next year. In para-dance sport, which is relatively new now with World Ability Sport, we are facing some challenges, basically because of the move from it being governed under IPC and then moving over to World Ability Sport. But we are determined to make it work. And therefore, again, we are reaching out to everybody. If you have para-dance in your country, if it was governed, if it was under you as the member of the IPC, and this is no longer relevant now because it's moved away from IPC, please do reach out to us. We really do need your support to make and grow the sport again. We are engaging on including visually impaired in ambulant classes. We have just introduced our classification system for power chair para-dance sport. So we really will keep on growing and keep on asking that you do not forget about those athletes that used to be under your governance when the sport was with IPC. And then the exciting subject that Dr. Mu and we spoke about earlier today as well, about women in sport. One of the lessons that we have learned over our history is that we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to look at what happens in the regional Paralympic committees, and we need to work together with the regions when it comes to certain projects and certain initiatives, and that is certainly the case for developing a joint effort in growing women participation in sport at all levels. One of the challenges we see is women in governance, women on commissions, so it is not just women participating and girls participating in sport. So when we send out our request for nominations for board members, which will be coming up, and some of you might have already received that, do look at the female women with potential for future leadership in your countries, because we consider ourselves as being the ideal nest or safe space for us to help to nurture women to become the future leaders within the Paralympic movement. So please, we do again appeal, if there are women with potential in your country, do nominate them, do send them our way, and we can nourish them and help them to become stronger leaders within the movement. Of course, we'll never forget the sportswomen, so that is certainly the other side of our initiatives.
Our future. The future. A couple of slides ago, I mentioned what we reached. A couple of slides ago, you represented what we are going to do. But the future, who knows what our future is? For all of us, when is the future starting? The future is starting now. Not tomorrow, now, immediately. And I would say our future, we are building it together. Because a couple of slides ago, this morning, presenting, a lot of them were stating that if we are really working in the future, together we are stronger. If we go afterwards to the Paralympic sports,
this is the old slide.
Sports, it's our history, it's our life, and it's our passion. If we go back to our strategy, we did not change our strategy. Since the 50s, the movement for physical impairments remain in the same line as our common founder, Sir Ludwig Goodman. We are bringing sports for all of us, the possibility for you, the countries, through our games, through our sports, to bring athletes with potential and someone's without potential to our playground, where I saw this morning sports talking about, we are listening to the athletes. You were talking about classification, the problems of classification. There is no Paralympic movement without classification. Listening to the athletes. Afterwards, what we have to do is bring actions that athletes are coming to us, our movement, that are investing our movement. And in the audience, I can name a couple of you: Majid, Deepa, Mohammed. You became, through your sports, leaders and bringing people in our sports which give a movement, a bright future, the future we are building together for our athletes, for our NPC, and at the end, in the benefit for our federation, federator, IPC, for which we are members, and building a bright future for everybody.
In closure, I would just like to quickly run through a list for all your benefit. At our beach games that will be held for the first time later this year in Mersin in Turkey, the sports on the program will be beach para-volley, adaptive sepak takraw, para-air badminton, para-inclusive sailing, para-laser run, modern pentathlon, and para-powerlifting. So we'd really be very keen to hear from anybody. If the messages hasn't got to you about this, please do reach out, and we'd really like to make our first beach games a massive success and look forward to moving it to Asia next time. So we already have some interest. So thank you very much. Thank you, Rudy.
Thank you.
Any questions? Do we have time? No questions? We can talk during the coffee break if there is anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy and Charmaine Hooper, for highlighting how inclusive pathways can transform lives and community. So, from a broad spectrum of abilities, we now focus on a specific area that continues to push boundaries: blind sports. Sport for the blind and visually impaired stands as a powerful example of how barriers can be transformed into bridges of opportunity. Let's welcome Mrs. Tina Tenriva Zashvili, Chair of the IBSA Powerlifting Sport Committee, for her presentation.
Good afternoon. I dislike to read mostly the speech, but I have to apologize for today because I got the example from our IPC president. It's really nice view from here. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor to present my organization to the Asian Paralympic Committee. My name is Tina Tinravazishvili and I represent International Blind Sport Federation, and I'm from country Georgia. While I'm not an athlete, I have to present my presentation, right? Okay. While I'm not an athlete, I proudly stand at the voice, dedication to advocating and work for their opportunity and success. The International Blind Sport Federation was founded in 1980. It's too fast. I always dislike the frame, so it can play itself. I will speak about my federation. Our mission is to create opportunity for blind and visually impaired athletes all over the world. We currently govern 10 sports, from which 3 of them are Paralympic program part and 7 non-Paralympic sport kind, which is para-powerlifting, chess, showdown, and so on. Today, IPSA has over 100 members countries across all over the world. Our Paralympic sport, including blind football, goalball, and judo, and the other 7 sports is non-Paralympic sport kind. IPSA is delivered by our president, board members, and dedicated sport committees, the engine room that keeps to move. IPSA organizes competition at all levels, like for developing championships to the IPSA World Championships and, of course, World Games. We also collaborate with regional para-commit games and, of course, Paralympic Games. Our events, more than just competition, not only just a competition. This is a gathering of the athletes with visual impairment for a committee and viability for VI athletes. Since 1998, the IPSA World Games was the #1 event in our calendar, which gathers Paralympic and non-Paralympic sports together and celebrate achievements and success together. In 2023, IPSA pushed the restart button, and we have now new president, new board, and new sport committees. At this moment, I would like to use this opportunity and say a few words about my president, Mr. Ilgar Rahimov, who is always motivated to speak personally with athletes, with coaches, and take into his consideration to improve their daily life and to make everything for IPSA's best future. We are working with the IPC's classification team to make reforms. The classification is the backbone of true play of sport. IPSA also working closer with IPC and IOC, which is crucially important to present our athletes to all over the world. This shortly about the IPSA's working process. I would like to bring your attention on my sport I am representing. This is IPSA powerlifting, which has great opportunity to become the Paralympic sport kind. This sport has around 20 years. In the beginning, it developed very well, but year by year, all countries start rejecting to participate. I remember the first time I was attending IPSA powerlifting competition, and there was presented 5 or 4 countries, but yet we called it World Championship. At that moment, I told to myself, if I will find some kind of opportunity to rule this sport, I would bring it to the Paralympic Games. And when I was elected as a board member of IPSA, I promised to all athletes with visual impairment and the blind who was involved in powerlifting that I would be the flag bearer to bring the sport to the Paralympic Games because it has potential and good future to be part of the Paralympic Games. Last year I was appointed as a chairman of powerlifting, and I began preparing properly, professionally competition calendar, and I used the WPPO's example, and I made the calendar the same way to make a cycle for World Cups and regional championships and World Championship to end the cycle with World Championship. Alongside this, I created a clear athlete pathway, so athletes would understand why they should compete and what they could aim for, the IPSA World Games. Before an athlete could skip events and still get slots for the World Games. The good example we have in Birmingham 2023, there competed 11 countries, 102 athletes. From them was 32 male athletes and 30 female athletes. This means that people are interested to be involved in powerlifting, IPSA powerlifting. Sorry. But because there was not strength or proper standards how to compete for athletes, for what they have to compete, that's why they only try to come for IPSA World Games, and they could not take part on competitions yearly. Even the yearly IPSA powerlifting had only one competition, which is not helping to grow this sport. I also appointed leaders for each continent, which will help to develop this sport countries by countries. We are negotiating with federations, national Paralympic committees, some federations. Even we had some communication with Ability Sport. Also, we had close communication with WPPO, but still we are waiting the outcome. But I won't pretend it's easy. Many governments still see IPSA powerlifting as less funded compared to WPPO competition, and that lack of support slows our growth. We want to work close with the Asia Paralympic Committee, and we want to be part of the Asia Games comparing alongside WPPO events. This would be a huge step forward for Paralympic inclusion. Here I ask for your support. Our mission is not just about medals, it's about rights. Whether your country has ratified the UN Convention or not, in UN Convention we have Article 30, which clearly declare persons with disability have the right to participate in sport on an equal basis with others, without exception. We must turn those words into reality. Mostly we are facing the challenges, which is lack of interest from countries to host IPSA powerlifting. There is a lack of funding for this athlete to develop this sport, and together we can do many things to increase the interest from both sides, from national federations, from governments, which will bring a lot of involved athletes. IPSA powerlifting has the potential to join the Paralympic family. Let's live together for a better future, for IPSA powerlifting, for our athletes. With the dedication of our athletes, the passion of our committees, and the leadership of our president, we will keep bringing a strong, more inclusive future. A barbell is heavy, but if we live together, it becomes lighter. Thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions? I was fast, I know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Rivazashvili, for reminding us that even without sight, vision can be limitless. What an insightful and informative session this has been. Hope that you are enjoying the sessions. Let's take a short break now. We will reconvene at 4 p.m. to continue the important sessions featuring more inspiring presentations. Thank you.
Да, я отсюда Ой.
How are you? Hi, Obaid.
Hi, Mr. Simon. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
Can you hear me well?
I can hear you well. There was a bit of feedback, but it's fine now.
Yeah, we will fix it now. We are testing for this. So now it's okay now?
Yes, sounds good.
Okay, very good.
You can hear me okay?
I can hear you. I can see you well. So we can see him here. It's okay. Yes, we can see you very well here. Also, can you see my screen? Because I'm the one who will
Do the slides. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Yes, I can see perfectly.
Okay, so let me go for next slide.
Yep, I have that. Yes. All looks good.
Okay. So this is what we need to do. Hopefully everything is okay now. Talra, all okay? Okay, so I will disconnect now, but you can use the same link at your time.
Okay.
So, and I will coordinate with you through WhatsApp. No worries on that. Okay?
Okay, that's great. I'll
Because-
look forward.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much.
So I join in half an hour?
Yes, I will coordinate with you.
Lovely.
Yeah, please be standby, but it will be like
Mute.
4:30 or before 4:30. It will be.
Okay.
I will
Thank
let you know.
Thanks very much, Obaid.
Thank you very
Bye
much. Bye bye. Take care.
Welcome back again, everyone. I hope you had a refreshing break. We are now ready to continue with the next set of presentations from our international partners who are joining us virtually. The first one's going to be from the Asia Electronic Sport Federation, which is an evolving landscape of sports. Esports is emerging as a powerful platform for inclusion, innovation, and engagement, especially among youth. Let's now watch a special pre-recorded presentation from the Asia Electronic Sport Federation.
Welcome to an exclusive glimpse into the Asian Electronic Sports Federation and the dynamic initiatives that define us. Join us on this insightful journey as we explore the strides we've made, celebrate significant milestones, and catch a glimpse of the promising horizons that await the world of esports. Esports, or electronic sports, is competitive video gaming, where players and teams face off in skill-based digital contests, from sports simulations like FIFA to team-based MOBAs like League of Legends. Esports spans genres and formats across PC, console, and mobile. The industry is massive, with over 530 million fans worldwide and more than $1.5 billion in annual revenue. Esports has even become a medal sport at major events like the Asian Games and Southeast Asian Games, showing the legitimacy and popularity of competitive gaming. At the forefront of AESF's pursuit of excellence stand a collective of visionary minds initiated by our founding president, Mr. Kenneth Falk. To our current president, Mr. Santi Lo Tong, and esteemed members of the executive board, AESF is the only body recognized by the Olympic Council of Asia to govern esports across the continent. As of December 2024, we have grown to 38 member federations, with 30 of them officially recognized by their respective national Olympic committees. As the only body recognized to govern esports in Asia, this growth reflects the increasing legitimacy and integration of esports into national sports systems across Asia. We lead the development and regulation of esports at major continental sporting events, including the Asian Games, the Southeast Asian Games, and various other official multi-sport platforms. Unlike traditional sports, esports exists in a digital environment. This allows players to participate from their homes or accessible venues without physical travel or costly infrastructure. With adaptive technologies like the Xbox Adaptive Controller, eye-tracking devices, and voice command tools, gaming becomes accessible to players with a wide range of physical abilities. Modern titles like FIFA and The Last of Us Part 2 offer deep accessibility settings tailored to individual needs.
My name is Grover. Sean. My name is Ian. I'm Taylor. My name is Owen, and I am 9.5 years old.
So Owen was born with a rare genetic disorder called Escobar syndrome.
He's had 33 surgeries to date.
I love video games, my friends, my family, and again video games.
It's his way of interacting with his friends when he can't physically otherwise do it.
What I like about the adaptive controller is now everyone can play. You can just say, all right, that's that button, that's that button, that's that button. Perfect.
One of the biggest fears early on is, how will Owen be viewed by the other kids? He's not different when he plays.
No matter how your body is or how fast you are, you can play. It's a really good thing to have in this world.
ពេលហ្នឹងខ្ញុំគិតខ្លួនឯងខ្ញុំថាថ្ងៃណាមួយនៅក្នុងក្រុមកម្ពុជាយើងនឹងអាចមើលឃើញខ្ញុំពួកអីខ្ញុំខំប្រឹងលេងដើម្បីខ្ញុំចង់ឲ្យគេឃើញឲ្យគេទទួលស្គាល់ពីខ្ញុំថាខ្ញុំមានតែដៃម្ខាងទេខ្ញុំអាចលេងហ្គេមបានសួស្តីខ្ញុំបាទឈ្មោះជុបភរិយរ៉ូចាងហ្គលើតំណាងក្រុមជម្រើសជាតិកម្ពុជាវិញ្ញាសា Mobile Legends ក្នុងអាស៊ាន Para Esports 2023នៅមួយម៉ាក់ខ្ញុំតែ2នាក់ទេបងម៉ាក់ខ្ញុំរងថ្ងៃគាត់លក់អាវប៉ុន្តែឥឡូវហ្នឹងគាត់អត់លក់ទេដោយសារគាត់មានជំងឺឈឺបងខ្ញុំហ៊ានធ្វើបានអ្នកទី4ដោយសារខ្ញុំគ្រោះអ្នកចរាចរណ៍ខ្ញុំកាលនៅក្មេងខ្ញុំនៅចាំយកតកកពេលហ្នឹងឡានតកកគេមកអញ្ចឹងគេវាយតកកម៉ត់អញ្ចឹងទៅគេយកតកកចេញនៅសល់ម៉ត់នៅជាប់ម៉ាស៊ីនហើយក៏ខ្ញុំបានលូកដៃយកតកកហើយក៏បានសូបចូលក្នុងម៉ាស៊ីនវាយតកកហ្នឹងធ្វើឲ្យខ្ញុំពិការដៃតាំងពីហ្នឹងមកប៉ុន្តែកាលហ្នឹងដៃខ្ញុំនៅកម្រើកបានទេបងកាល2019ហ្នឹងពេលដែលខ្ញុំនៅដើរលេងច្រើនខ្ញុំដើរលេងទៅកោះពេជ្រអញ្ចឹងទៅខ្ញុំក៏គ្រោះអ្នកចរាចរណ៍ឡានបុកពីក្រោយក៏ខ្ញុំបានរបូតឆ្អឹងខាងស្ដាំនេះហើយក៏បានទៅពេទ្យអញ្ចឹងប៉ុន្តែទៅពេទ្យថតដែរប៉ុន្តែថតអត់បានដល់លើឆ្អឹងខាងស្មាហ្នឹងដល់ពេលហើយមកដល់ផ្ទះវិញបានកម្រើកដាក់កើតបាទហើយក៏ទៅពេទ្យម្ដងទៀតគេថាដៃហ្នឹងដោះសាច់អីអញ្ចឹងទៅរុញវិញអាកើតធ្វើអីលេងបានអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំក៏នៅទេហើយក៏ពេលហ្នឹងខ្ញុំចូលចិត្តលេងហ្គេមច្រើនខ្ញុំចូលរៀនសាលាបានមួយរយៈដែរប៉ុន្តែរៀនអត់កើតដោយសារបាក់តសេអត់ស្ទាត់ហើយក៏គាត់បាក់ចិត្តគាត់ថាធំឡើងបើអត់រៀនអីចឹងពិបាកអនាគតមិនអីមិនខ្ញុំក៏ឈប់លេងតណែតគិតឡើងវិញខ្ញុំក៏នៅផ្ទះខ្ចីទូរស័ព្ទមិត្តភ័ក្ដិលេងដល់ពេលខ្ចីទូរស័ព្ទមិត្តភ័ក្ដិលេងហ្នឹងលេងហ្គេម Mobile Legends បន្ទាប់ពីខ្ញុំស្គាល់ Mobile Legends លេងទៅឃើញសប្បាយមិត្តភ័ក្ដិខ្ញុំប្រហែលណាដូចជា2នាក់3នាក់ដែរគាត់ថាឃើញខ្ញុំលេងហ្គេមបានហើយខ្លាំងចឹងគាត់ថាឲ្យខ្ញុំចុះឈ្មោះទៅប្រកួតទៅអីប៉ុន្តែអត់មានក្រុមអត់មានអីទេហើយក៏លេងបន្ទាប់ពីលេងរហូតទៅក៏កំណត់មួយក៏ខ្ញុំបានលេងហ្គេមហើយក៏ខ្ញុំ record ផុស TikTok លេងបានរយៈពេល7ឆ្នាំខ្ញុំក៏បញ្ចេញដៃខ្ញុំឲ្យប្រាប់អ្នកដែលគេស្គាល់ខ្ញុំហ្នឹងខ្ញុំក៏ប្រាប់គេថាខ្ញុំមានតែដៃម្ខាងទេខ្ញុំលេងហ្គេមបានអីចឹងទៅគេក៏អត់ជឿអញ្ចឹងទៅដល់ខ្ញុំថតខ្លួនឯងអីចឹងក៏គេជឿពេលខ្លះគេអត់នឹកស្មានថាខ្ញុំលេងហ្គេមបានអីចឹងបងខ្ញុំលេងហ្គេមច្រើនកាលហ្នឹងខ្ញុំចិត្តលេងហ្គេមផឹកដងងាយអីចឹងហើយក៏មានកូសាក៏ស្ដីឲ្យក៏ថាឲ្យហើយលេងហ្គេមហ្នឹងបានអីមកវិញធំឡើងហ្នឹងឯងស៊ីហ្គេមមែនអីចឹងកំប៉ឹងអីលេងហ្គេមច្រើនបងខ្ញុំឬក៏ម៉ាក់ខ្ញុំអីចឹងបច្ចុប្បន្នឥឡូវបងបច្ចុប្បន្នឥឡូវហ្នឹងក៏គាត់ថាលេងហ្គេមអញ្ចឹងខ្ញុំអាចរកចំណូលបានអញ្ចឹងក៏គាត់ថាអត់អីទេដំបូងមានអ្នកដែលឆាប់មកសួរខ្ញុំម្នាក់ដែរសួរថាខ្ញុំចង់ចូលក្រុមជំនឿជាតិ Para Game ហ្នឹងអត់ទៅពេលហើយខ្ញុំថាខ្ញុំចង់ដែរពេលខ្ញុំក៏បានតាក់ទងមកគាត់ដែរប៉ុន្តែគាត់សែនតលេងឲ្យខ្ញុំចូលឈ្មោះអីខ្ញុំក៏ប្រហែលជាគិតថាគាត់ចង់សែនលេងអីញ៉ៃញ៉ៃខ្ញុំក៏ហ៊ានចូលញ៉ៃញ៉ៃទៅមកហើយក៏ស្ងាត់ទៅដល់ពេលមករយៈក្រោយបងកាកាសៅពីក៏គាត់ឆាតមកសួរចង់សួរខ្ញុំចំណាប់អារម្មណ៍ចង់ចូល Para Game អត់ដល់ពេលហើយខ្ញុំក៏បាននិយាយមកគាត់ពួកអីគាត់ណែនាំខ្ញុំច្រើនគាត់ឲ្យខ្ញុំចុះឈ្មោះអីចឹងបងតាសេឲ្យគាត់ហើយក៏គាត់យកទៅ សប្បាយចិត្តខ្លាំងបងព្រោះអីអត់នឹកស្មានថាខ្លួនឯងបានចូលបានក្រុមជម្រើសជាតិអាចបានលេងហ្គេមឲ្យអ្នកដែលផ្សេងគេអាចស្គាល់យើងកាន់តែច្រើនបាននៅក្នុងក្រុមកម្ពុជាយើងនឹងអាចមើលឃើញខ្ញុំព្រោះអីខ្ញុំខំប្រឹងលេងកាន់តែច្រើនហើយដើម្បីខ្ញុំចង់ឲ្យគេឃើញឲ្យគេទទួលស្គាល់ពីខ្ញុំថាខ្ញុំមានតដៃមួយខាងទេខ្ញុំអាចលេងហ្គេមបានហើយក៏ខ្ញុំរៀងលេងយ៉ាងគួរសមបងខ្ញុំក៏បានប្រាប់ក្រុមដែរថាពេលប្រកួតចឹងយើងត្រូវចេះស្ដាប់គ្នាបើកន្លែងណាស្ដាប់បានក៏ស្ដាប់បានបើកន្លែងណាដែលយើងស្ដាប់អត់បានយើងអាចទៅខ្លួនឯងបានខ្ញុំជូនពរពួកគាត់បើយើងពិការភាពអីចឹងយើងកុំបាក់ទឹកចិត្តបើយើងស្រឡាញ់ខាងអីយើងត្រូវតែខំប្រឹងខាងហ្នឹងឲ្យមានអ្នកផ្សេងគេទទួលស្គាល់តែយើងអាចធ្វើវាបាន
In 2023, history was made in Cambodia at the ASEAN Para Games. For the first time, esports was included as a demonstration sport. This milestone demonstrated how esports can be seamlessly integrated into para-sport platforms and events. Across Europe, Korea, and Southeast Asia, para-esports is growing. Events are not limited to players, shoutcasters, coaches, event organizers, and developers with disabilities are also shaping the industry and inspiring others. Esports and the Paralympic movement are naturally aligned. Both prioritize excellence, empowerment, and inclusion. Both provide opportunities for individuals to excel, regardless of physical ability. Esports also offers the Paralympic ecosystem a powerful tool to engage young, digital native audiences. With minimal physical barriers, it offers new forms of participation and visibility, whether in training, entertainment, or competition. Esports is here to stay. It has already earned a place on official multi-sport platforms like the Asian Games and the SEA Games. The next frontier is inclusion in para-sport competitions and ultimately, future editions of the Paralympic Games. With your support, we can make this a reality. As we look to the future, AESF warmly invites all stakeholders in the Paralympic community to explore how we can work together to build a more inclusive esports ecosystem. We'd love to hear from you. Together, we can make esports a meaningful and accessible activity for all, regardless of ability, background, or experience.
Distinguished members of the Asian Paralympic Committee, honored guests and friends, my name is Steve Kim, Director General of the Asian Electronic Sports Federation. It's a great privilege to speak with you today. Although I cannot be with you in person, I send my warmest regards, respect to each of you for your dedication to inclusion, accessibility, and opportunity through sport. At AESF, we believe that esports can be a powerful platform for people of all abilities and a place where competition, creativity, and community come together in a digital space. We are also proud to have launched the Esports for All initiative, which brings together experts from esports and parasports, as well as para-esports athletes themselves. Our goal is very simple: to make sure that esports is for everyone. Today, I'd like to invite you to watch a short video that explains what esports is, how it is already creating new opportunities, and how we can work together with the Paralympic movement to grow para-esports in Asia and beyond. Thank you for your time. We hope to build a strong partnership with you all. Together, let's make esports more inclusive, more accessible, and more inspiring for our next generation. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you, Asia Electronic Sports Federation, for the exciting glimpse into the future. Rowing is a sport that teaches us about teamwork, rhythm, and resilience, qualities that speak to the heart of the Paralympic spirit. Joining us online, let's welcome Mr. Simon Goody. He is a World Rowing Para-Coaching Education Lead, World Rowing Para-Rowing Classification Panel, and World Rowing Para-Rowing Commission member, as he shares how the organization is opening new opportunities for para-athletes across Asia.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk about para rowing. Hopefully we can inspire and inform some new member federations to join the other federations within Asia. Maybe start by saying we have what we can offer. And what we can offer is a really good development team, which is led by Daniela Gomes and Ines Hussein, many of you will know. We have a para rowing commission, and within that commission, we have a lot of expertise with coaches, with coach educators, we have umpires, para rowers on the commission, classifiers, and in addition to that, we have a classification advisory panel. So I know classification is going to be very, very central to this, this talk today. And we have online resources, both in para rowing and classification. So next slide, please. Okay, a strategic vision. Grounded in the specific reality of Asian para rowing with a view to expanding and growing participation and excellence. And there we list all of the para rowing class of boats. There is one addition there which I can see is missing. That is the PR3 double scull, which made its debut in Paris this year. Promote inclusion and accessibility in rowing programs. So if we think of world rowing, since 1992, world rowing was one of the first sports to have an inclusive program where they had Olympic and Paralympic athletes within the same competition. And that's quite a good model. There's other examples now, but rowing was very much one of the first. Aligning national rowing programs with World Rowing's global development goals and pathways, which we will discuss. Reinstating para rowing into continental and regional events. And that is something we're doing now with each year. We're looking to have continental opportunities to include classification in all of the continents. And a collaborative framework between national governing bodies. So that is whether it's the Rowing Federation or the National Paralympic Committees. Next slide, please. Okay, this was some work that Ines Hussein compiled from a recent survey amongst member federations in April of this year. And it's probably worth saying that as a team, we're very solution focused, very pragmatic. So we say that anything that is difficult, we do immediately. The impossible takes us a little longer. But I think most of these perceived or otherwise, these barriers, we can find solutions working with the federations. So various levels of infrastructure and awareness, we can help audit facilities. We can do this in person, but probably most practically remotely, and enable you to self-audit facilities. cultural capacity, logistic barriers to national para-athlete identification, recruitment and retention. We can make suggestions on how you can do that, how you can set up a program, how you can work with athletes, and maybe break down some of those barriers. Insufficient power rowing coaching expertise, we can certainly address. We have our online resources. We also deliver power rowing coaching education in person. We can train para coaches and look ultimately to a sustainable model where you are self-sufficient within the continent. Limited access to power rowing equipment. Well, let's remember that within power rowing, within the Paralympics, 50% of the boats are not para-specific. So that means they're used in mainstream clubs, and they are the PR3 boats, both the double and the four. And the other boats, which are the fixed seat boats for the PR1 and PR2, well, they're actually made in China. So in terms of getting those boats, I think you're at some form of an advantage, and we can look at funding opportunities, sponsorship, and help with that. Limited access to international classification opportunities. Again, we take the model that we have with coaching. We can train classifiers. We are intending to do that in Asia this year. And again, make you sustainable with your own classifiers, both national and international classifiers. Limited regional continental power rowing competitions. We can help you grow programs within existing competition framework that federations have, and I think through inclusion, a lot of these issues, challenges, we can resolve. Next slide, please. Okay, very nice. I like the pyramids, and these are our 4-year goals, really. So we're at 2025. It's the development foundation. This is the year when you start formalizing links with your local, regional, national, strategic partners, then go on to develop opportunities to grow the program. 2027 would be the first Paralympic qualification event that takes place at the World Rowing Championships, which I think we have confirmed as Lucerne. And in the Paralympic year itself, there'll be the Paralympic qualification regatta within the region, and also the final Paralympic qualification event. So a 4-year set of goals with landmarks which we can go into greater depth, hopefully when we meet further to discuss. But if we could have the next slide, please. Okay, education and training, that we can help provide both in coaching and classification as we've described, and help you build programs. Again, it's moving to that sustainable model. As an example, we did something in Rio 2 years ago, and as much as I enjoyed my time going to Rio or Brazil is now sustainable both in classification and in coach educators. And that is a model. We've got a para coach educator in Argentina, and between Argentina and Brazil, they are able to look at South America where we're not really wanted. So that's how we judge our success when we're no longer required to go into the continent or into an individual member federation. Infrastructure, we can make suggestions of how you can set up para rowing programs at an accessible venue. It may be at a centre or within an existing club within a region, and develop that model. Talent identification, we have suggestions on recruitment, and not sure whether you have models similar to what we have certainly in Great Britain, where we have a talent identification program within the National Paralympic Committee, working with the British Paralympic Association, working with the Rowing Federation, British Rowing, where we look at talent transfer from one sport to another. You may already have these within Asian Paralympic Committee. If so, that's great. If not, we could make suggestions to see would that model work. And as an example, we had one athlete who within 15 months transferred from hand cycling, where they were no longer the top athlete to be selected, into rowing. Within 15 months, went from learning to row to winning a Paralympic gold medal. It's a fast track if you have an athlete with the right physiological characteristics, and you simply have to teach them to row. So cross-sector collaboration, number 4, is looking to formalise links with local, national, strategic groups. So identifying who you have locally, who you have regionally, and who your strategic partners are going to be. Equipment, we look at para boats. We again don't see that as a barrier to starting a program, because you can start a PR3 program relatively easy. I'm getting a prompt that I have 5 minutes left, so I am going to fast track. Classification, we can ensure that we identify athletes who attend World Rowing classification opportunities, but we can also help you by classifying athletes virtually using a virtual panel. Next slide, please. So talent identification, looking at targeted outreach programs, maybe within schools, within spinal units, if you have military rehab units, regional classification opportunities, training camps, cross-sport recruitment that we spoke about in the previous slide, where you're essentially coercing an athlete from another sport that maybe is retiring or no longer necessarily at the most competitive level within that sport, integrating power rowing into competitions. Next slide, please. Okay, these are some suggestions. Another opportunity, we can go into greater depth, but there are suggestions around the soma type, or the anthropometrics for a performance power rower, both male and female, age range, and on the right we have the desirable characteristics or the competitive impairments that you would have within each of those sport classes. We always say rowing is a sport for all, so we never exclude anyone, but the reality is that the federations that are really successful are the federations that are recruiting and developing athletes with the minimal impairments. Next slide, please. Developing opportunities, so coaching and the entourage, so that is how the program is going to be structured, the administration, participation development pathways, broadening your participation base, planning for success. We can help you set up annual training programs, gold medal predicted time, so our prognostics look to either look at percentages of world best time or gold medal predicted time, and tailoring that to a specific member federation for selection. Testing protocols, monitoring, evaluation, adaptation, all of that we can do for you. We can maybe at another opportunity go into greater depth. Another slide, please. Capacity building, so engaging leaders to build the programs, the technical officials, classifiers, the coaches, administrators, regional centres, where are these going to be, how we decide on that collaboratively, and the national engagement, cross collaboration and knowledge sharing, which we will do. The knowledge we have, we will share with you willingly. Next slide, please. Okay, these are the standards which we can, these are, again, percentages of world best times, but we can tailor that to talent times to identify athletes and put them on a performance pathway. Next slide, please. Development opportunities, setting out the physical parameters, how we evaluate athletes on water and on land with a series of land-based and water assessments, and some basic skills for you to monitor and make your selection process completely transparent. Next slide, please. Okay, the Paralympic qualification is identifying your priority boats. Which boats are you going to realistically get selected, maybe at the first opportunity, the World Rowing Championships in 2027, establishing your selection criteria, attending that Paralympic qualification regatta, and how you would conduct national trials. Next slide, please. Paralympic year, attending continental qualification events, fulfilling World Rowing's IPC criteria for competition, and considering the bipartite process, where if you've put a good framework and a good case together, even if you're not fortunate enough to qualify a boat for LA, it may be that you can still go through the bipartite process, and if we see that you have a structured program, you're more likely to be considered for a bipartite place. Next slide, please. Partnership funding, identifying possible funding opportunities with governments, with NGOs, with IPC, drawing on expertise networks, maybe there's sponsors that could be approached individually, joint funding opportunities, and encouraging federations to include power rowing in your national sport strategies so the support becomes mainstream, not an add-on. Power rowing is simply another rowing discipline in the same way as classic, Olympic, and coastal. Next slide, please. Okay, so all of these are important: monitoring, evaluation, leadership, coaching. Probably quite rightly, classification is at the bottom there, because classification underpins all of the above. You need to know athletes are eligible, first and foremost, to build those programs, and will help you. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry if that got a little rushed. I was getting my prompt that I had almost run over time, but there we are. That is the presentation completed, so happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Giri, for reminding us that with the right support and vision, every athlete, regardless of ability, can find their rhythm and rise with the tide. Every athlete deserves the chance to dream big, and Virtus is helping make that reality for athletes with intellectual impairments. We're very pleased to welcome Mrs. Dina Timirgalive, President of ID Sport Kazakhstan, who will share how Virtus is creating more opportunity and opening doors through sport.
Dear members of General Assembly, dear colleagues, and dear friends, today is very emotional day for me. My name is Dina Timirgalieva, and I'm staying here now. I'm representing my country in Virtus movement, and I want to thank for the first is for Mr. Majed Rashid and for Andrew Person and for Kairat for this big opportunity to be here and share with you about Virtus movement and our journey. And before I begin, also I want to say thank especially for Robin Smith, because 3 years ago I went to Melbourne, Australia, and had the opportunity to introduce our country, our movement, and the development sport for intellectual impairment athletes. And this journey is begin before when I met Dastan Ordabai. He has autism. 6 years ago, I went to my own sport training session in cycling. And you know, this is meeting with him changing my life. And as you can see, now Dastan, he loved just only cycling, but his parents told me about they faced discrimination and no access to sports clubs, unfortunately for that day. But now Dastan competes in 6 sports. He is Kazakhstan first II champion, proven the determination and breaks all the barriers. In the Kazakh language, Dastan means legend, and he is legend not only for Kazakhstan, I mean for every people, every athlete who had also intellectual impairment disabilities. Because parasport is really can change their lives. Our federation was founded in 2022, and we have developed sport for 3 categories with para athletes. It's mean II1, it's intellectual impairments, IQ below 75. II2, it's mean disabilities for Down syndrome, and II3, it's a new category in Virtus movement, started from 2023. It's athletes with autism. And we received officially accreditation from Ministry of Sports and became the Virtus member now only from Central Asia. And also we are recognized by local APC, National Paralympic Committee from Kazakhstan. And also we delivered legal reforms ensuring II athletes have equal rights with all competitors, and Kazakhstan's regulations changing in law with international Paralympic standards. And we now have a national eligibility officer with IPC international qualification. As you can see, Virtus it's established from 1968 from Great Britain, and in Paralympic movement it started from 2020 to 2012 from London Paralympic Games, and mission from Virtus is create opportunities for athletes with intellectual impairments to compete at the highest level to promote inclusion and equal rights through sports. Role in Asia, Virtus develops the movement in the region, and Kazakhstan is the first and now only country from Central Asia to join Virtus. Our main goal is to participate for the first time in next Asia Para Games in Japan and in next Paralympic Games in LA, Los Angeles, USA. In the three type of sports, as you can see, it's para athletics, para swimming, and para table tennis. Over the past 2 years, Kazakhstan hosted for the first time in Asia Virtus World Half Marathon. It was last year in Almaty, different city but beautiful with mountains. And this year we hosted tennis in May, and in June we hosted basketball 3-on-3 and also classic competition 5-on-5. But the important main thing that basketball 3-on-3, it's new movement from Virtus, International Basketball Federation. It's like maybe potential fourth sport for II athletes and could be included in the next Paralympic program in Brisbane in 2032. Our milestones and results, as you can see, our athletes have competed internationally in para cycling, para athletics, para table, para swimming, and tennis, and basketball also. We have opened 13 branches in our region in Kazakhstan, and we already share experience with Central Asia countries in the Virtus movement. And it's our roadmap until 2032, and next year we hope that we can participate in Asia Para Games, Paralympic, and I want to call Virtus also to host the next Virtus Regional Asia Games in Astana in 2030, because we really have strong sport facilities and infrastructure. During hosting this year 2 championships like tennis, basketball, and last year half marathon, Virtus delegation can introduce themselves with our facilities in Astana. Our next goal, it's planning. We have started a project, Inclusive Sports Hub in Astana, and our vision is to become Central Asia leading center for inclusive sports, training and community life. And this place will be here for the national para athletes, prepare for the highest competition, and where children and adults of all abilities can train together, discover new sports and experience. And also our president of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, gives special attention to supporting children and people with special education needs. And our federation, we are part of the working group developing in a new national law. And I call of the Asian Paralympic Committee to join on this journey, the next Asia Para Games and Paralympic Games also. And you know, together we can make really history, not just for Kazakhstan, but for all of Central Asia. And I believe and hope for your support so that for the first time ever, athletes from our region will stand on the Paralympic stage. Let this history start here today in Astana, in my hometown, in my lovely country. And remember it that is where in this room we are decided to the open door to a future where every athlete has a place and has a chance, really. Because when one athlete dreams come true, it really became like a national pride and powerful message for the next generation. And let us be the reason for that dream. Let us be the reason for someone to find their voice, and let us be the reason the world's changed. Thank you from my heart, from my soul.
Thank you, Mrs. Tamer Galive, for your inspiring work. And with that, we conclude our first day of the APC conference, a day that was marked by dialogue, reflection, and inspiration. Tomorrow, we shift our focus to education, regional development, and the power of community. Thank you for your active participation, and remember, together we are stronger. See you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Have a pleasant evening.